Good afternoon, everybody. I am Josh Mejia, the Executive Director of the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, and I welcome you all to this one-of-a-kind special event happening here in Brownsville, Texas. The Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation is your Type B economic development group, and we're very excited to announce and begin the inaugural Startup Texas Final Pitch Summit 2020. And before we begin, I want to just reiterate that right now we're going through some very challenging times in our community. And within this small production set, live at the Brownsville Performing Arts Center in the heart of downtown, here as well, we're also adhering to the social mandates that our governments have imposed. Our production team is in the back, further away from 6 feet, wearing face masks, and we're trying to do this whole thing remotely, so that we can provide a very inclusive and interactive event for everybody that's viewing at home. Now, before we begin, I want to make sure that I set some ground rules and just provide you a little bit with a couple words of motivation, enthusiasm, and excitement. We understand that right now, the business community of Brownsville, Texas is undergoing a very challenging time. And the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, as well as its partners, have launched programs to be able to assist every single business that is within city limits. So we encourage you all to visit brownsvilleedc.org so you can find more information about our programs. In addition to that, the BCIC is also a true believer in promoting and fostering growth of the next generation of entrepreneurs. And this is specifically why we've designed this program for the community, having all the stakeholders in mind. In addition to that, we're also making this event very interactive. And there's actually a phone number that will appear on your screen where you will be able to text and state which one of the business ventures or finalists that we have for this event is your favorite. At the end of the event, we'll be able to tally the scores and be able to present the Community Choice Award to your favorite venture. So again, this is a one-of-a-kind event happening in the state of Texas, specifically and designed for the city of Brownsville, for you all that are watching it. Now, before we begin, I want to make sure to introduce our Mayor, Trey Mendez of the city of Brownsville. He's actually here to provide us with a couple words of encouragement.
We have a great administrative team. We have a commission that believes in venture capitalism, believes in innovation, and believes in bringing more opportunities to our great citizens. Lastly, I can't stress enough the importance of wearing facial coverings, social distancing, and washing your hands. If you're sick, call your doctor and isolate yourself at home. If you've been tested, please remember to self-quarantine while you wait for the results, and please stay away from others, especially your family. I know this isn't easy, and it's not going to be easy, and I think we still have a little bit more to go. But if everybody does their part, we can come out of this quickly, and we can come out of this better than we were before. Please remember that all of us in Brownsville want the best for ourselves, want the best for our families, and we look forward to seeing you here in our city. And please remember, Brownsville is on the border, by the sea, and beyond. Thanks. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Brownsville.
Thank you, Mayor Mendez. Like I mentioned before early on, we are broadcasting from the Brownsville Performing Arts Center, and we're utilizing the internet connectivity that we have here. And we've encouraged all our judges and our special guests and our finalists to transmit from home. So we might experience a couple issues here and there, but bear with us. This is an inaugural event. We're testing things out. We had a very short amount of time to be able to make a shift from doing an in-person event to switching over to remote. But we have the best production crew right now available. So we still hope that we can provide you with an awesome presentation. Up next, we have our chairman, the chairman of BCIC, Mr. Michael J. Lemus, who will provide a welcoming message.
Economic growth and countless ideas and concepts that have successfully translated into products and services that have built our community into what we are today. Now, there's no clear path to entrepreneurship, but here at BCIC, we're helping change that. With the creation of Startup Texas, we're helping mobilize the next generation of entrepreneurs and equipping them with the skills and resources necessary to access capital, create jobs, and scale commercially. Now, entrepreneurship provides tremendous value to the community, everything from job creation to economic development to culture. But ultimately what it does, it helps our community become a better version of themselves. Now, without further ado, I want to thank you again for being with us, and I hope you enjoy the Startup Texas Pitch Summit 2020. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Michael J. Limas, for your words of encouragement and welcoming message for our finalists and judges today. Again, we're actually getting word right now that we have a ton of people that are logging in and viewing our stream. Therefore, we might have some bandwidth issues, but that's okay. We have plenty of more to provide for our upcoming event. Next, we actually have a special guest from the Governor's Office of Economic Development and Tourism, Priscilla Duran.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Gabriel Duran, and I am the South Texas Community Relations Specialist with the Office of the Governor in the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. I hope that everybody is staying safe and healthy out there throughout these difficult times. A huge thank you to the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, City of Brownsville, Brownsville Convention Bureau, and all partners who made this event possible. The Final Pitch Summit is an awesome way to offer skills, training, and educational component to attract entrepreneurs not only in the area, but those outside the city limits. This is a beneficial event for all of Texas. This event and partnership truly show how strong the unity in our community is and how undeniable the progress is here in South Texas. On behalf of our office, we would like to congratulate the awardees in advance, and we look forward to congratulating you all individually afterwards with a certificate from our office at a later date. We will be working with Mr. Joshua McKee on that. We look forward to seeing this continued partnership grow and prosper to help all Texans. Thank y'all again for this invitation and looking forward to this great event.
Hey everybody, my name is Nathan Burkhardt. I'm the Director of Marketing and Small Business Development for the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation. At BCIC, we truly believe in entrepreneurship equity and ensuring that all entrepreneurs anywhere are able to access the incentives, resources, and programs they need to scale up and commercialize. And we're so excited to be hosting this first pitch event, as well as to introduce our 5 esteemed judges. First and foremost, our first judge is Richard Deloufet Manzur. Hey, Richard. Our next judge is Samuel Garcia. We also have Rafael Munguia. Tara Rios, Dr. Tara Rios. And Ms. Shubhra Sharma. Thank you all for participating, and I'm sure we're going to be hearing a lot from you all this evening. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and get into the layout of how the presentations are going to work, and we can dive right into our first pitch. So each of the 10 presenters will have 10 full minutes to present, and then we're going to open it up to a live Q&A for 5 minutes with the judges and the presenters. The public is encouraged to vote for their favorite pitch event throughout this process. You can text or even comment below in the live stream. If you're going to text in your vote, we ask that you text it to 956-382-7005. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and introduce Permittivity. And Permittivity currently combines a licensed NASA technology with a team of seasoned experts to provide a novel and distributive leak detection system for underground storage tanks. So here you go, our first pitch, Permittivity. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Luis D'Artes. I'm a PhD candidate in physics at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and a founding member of Permittivity, a technology startup based in Brownsville, Texas, dedicated to applying NASA technology developed for use in space to solve problems here on Earth. I'm going to start by talking about an issue that has been affecting all of us for decades, but is yet to be addressed in any meaningful way. There are currently over 540,000 underground storage tanks in use throughout the United States. Underground storage tanks are specifically designed to properly contain hazardous liquids such as gasoline, fuel, oil, and other harmful chemicals. Yet the data shows that underground storage tanks will fail over time, causing hazardous chemical leaks that can be mitigated or prevented entirely. Here on the right is a map of Texas showing the locations of over 3,000 active contamination sites. Each red point represents an instance where an underground storage tank leak has become so egregious that it is threatening the local groundwater resources. Each data point represents a tank owner or tank operator who has potentially lost over $1 million due to losing their product into the ground, having to cease all operations on site for an undetermined length of time, regulatory fees, increased insurance rates, and having to fund the remediation services themselves. Since the 80s, sensors and a multitude of devices have been developed to mitigate leaks in underground tanks. Yet leaks continue to go undetected for nearly a decade on average, and remediation costs have continued to rise, seemingly unimpeded by these uninnovative solutions. Simply put, the current approaches are not working. There is a clear and dire need for deployable solutions that lower operating costs, mitigate risk with safety and loss prevention in mind, that minimize downtime due to regular testing, and reduce the severity of fallout when containment solutions inevitably fail. With permittivity technology, we can avoid or mitigate these costs for tank owners and operators across the board. Permittivity was born out of the Rockets and Briggs initiative, which is a concerted effort to bring together decades of knowledge from the space and energy sectors to identify and develop innovative solutions to common problems. Through a collaboration between Rockets and Briggs, NASA, and National Oilwell Varco, one of the top oil and gas equipment manufacturers in the world, and a Fortune 500 company, Permittivity has developed an innovative solution for monitoring tank structural integrity to detect faults and prevent the damage that is caused by contamination leaks that continue to plague our access to natural resources. This will be done by providing underground storage tank operators and owners with real-time cloud-based predictive analytics powered by machine learning pattern matching techniques, by leveraging our partnership with industry giant NOV to integrate our technology into state-of-the-art underground storage tanks, and by providing autonomous generation of reports and other mandated regulatory services, which facilitates full compliance with government agencies. Taking a look at the dominant players and what they provide today, it is abundantly clear from customer discovery that there is a lot of room for growth. No one is using reliable preventative monitoring to avoid disastrous events. No one else is using an integrated approach to underground caustic chemical containment. Looking at the players on the field, it is clear that leak prevention is but a mere afterthought. At Permittivity, reliable leak prevention that actually works is our starting point. The very same analysis of software services currently being offered yields similar results. Instead of a mature ecosystem, we are met with a collection of band-aids put in place by the dominant players in an attempt to address leak detection issues. We are currently working closely with our collaborators at NOV to deploy a functional proof of concept. As a worst-case scenario, it is expected that we will be able to bring our sensors to market after about 3 years of development. In the immediate future, we will be focusing on technology development, establishing IP protection, and ensuring regulatory compliance across the board, which will require close coordination with NASA, the EPA, and NOV. Our aim is to have secured key strategic partnerships and begin generating revenue by 2024. Our market penetration plan for the underground storage tanks industry will be broken up into 2 overarching stages. Initially, we will target new tank installations, which comes in on the order of about 10,000 tanks per year. Afterwards, we will target older tanks and seek to retrofit aging systems as well. However, underground storage tanks are not the only lucrative market that we will be pursuing. Above-ground storage tanks have been identified as a great first step as we continue to develop our technology. There's a wide variety of applications involving caustic or toxic materials where Permittivity will be able to mitigate risk and reduce the severity of containment failures. Revenue generation will be composed of a combination of hardware sales and cloud-based subscription packages. We will be leaning on our strategic partners such as NOV with a 52% market share for marketing and hardware sales of Permittivity's sensor technology, and expect to generate revenue via licensing fees as well as direct sales. Our cloud-based analytics services will be deployed as an ongoing software as a service package. And while hardware sales and licensing will generate revenue, it is projected that the bulk of Permittivity's revenue generation will come from software subscriptions. Even with the extremely conservative pricing and market penetration model, we are projecting gross sales revenue to come in at $16 million within 5 years. The ubiquitous nature of Permittivity technology leans into a variety of possibilities for acquisition and seamless integration into a multitude of different sectors. Our integrated hardware model presents a low barrier for acquisition by NOV, as we are ushered into a global era of digitized fiberglass systems for industrial applications. Monitoring of the structural integrity of tanks will allow for manufacturers such as NOV to mitigate risk by providing warranties tailored to the specific composition of caustic chemicals being contained. Existing entities in the asset monitoring or Internet of Things industries, such as Skybits or Biz for Intelia, could expand their offerings by integrating Permittivity's capabilities via software or cloud-based systems. Permittivity comprises a team with world-class expertise in the space exploration, energy, and oil and gas industries, garnered over 20+ years of pushing boundaries. Permittivity is based in Brownsville, Texas, and will be drawing from innovative leaders in technology development in the entrepreneurial ecosystem that is currently being built. It is our hope that Permittivity will help stimulate economic growth in Brownsville and the surrounding area. As we begin to scale up, we will seek to collaborate with local leaders to establish the needed manufacturing capabilities here in the Brownsville region. During our testing phase, we are keen on working with local tank owners and operators to bring the benefits of preventative monitoring to Brownsville facilities. To date, we are internally funded, but are strategizing to acquire external funding. With no external funding as of yet, Permittivity will allocate Startup Texas funds towards working with partners to produce a functional proof of concept as quickly as possible while we continue to raise the necessary funds. Join us in securing the next stage in Permittivity's technology development. We are currently seeking to develop and deploy an initial minimum viable product to pave the way for our addressable markets. The development of a field deployable sensor package represents our first major milestone for transitioning out of the laboratory space and into the market. Thank you for your time. Hello, my name is Luis D'Artes. I'm a PhD candidate in physics at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and a founding member of Permittivity, a technology startup based in Brownsville, Texas, dedicated to...
Awesome work, guys. We wanted to go ahead and also recognize, just set aside a little bit of time to recognize the judges that are actually participating for this event. And we do have quite a selection of judging panelists for today's event. We have a combination of venture capitalists, a combination of angel investors, and some local and successful female entrepreneurs from the city of Brownsville that are actually going to be evaluating this team that just presented. We do have Richard Delafou Manzour, who is a Venture and Regulatory Associate at Trust Ventures. Again, we have Sam Garcia. He's a Senior Associate at Amplo Venture Capital and Private Equity. Rafa Munguia, who is the founder and chairman at Munguia Enterprises. Dr. Tara Rios, founder of Tara Rios Dental Group. Shubhra Sharma, founder of Little Haven here in Brownsville, Texas. So up next, we will have our judges now providing a Q&A for the Permittivity team that we have just presented right now.
Got it. So it's the real-time performance and the more immediate analytics that's driving the value. Okay.
I have two questions. One, it seems I read somewhere in the presentation that you need at least $2 million, it seemed, to get to a working prototype. So what is the plan for that going forward? And secondly, the other question I have is, you have a partnership with NOV. What do they have a stake in this, or what exactly is their role?
Thank you. For the first question regarding the startup funds needed, the $2 million is actually not just to secure the prototype. The prototype requires much less than that. The $2.1 million is the amount that we project that we would need from now all the way until we get out of the red and start generating enough positive revenue.
In terms of NOV, we have been collaborating with them since the inception of Productivity, our company, and we've worked together towards the development of our prototype. We expect an ongoing collaboration with NOV as we get ready to launch sales.
So are they funding you, or do they have equity in this, or what exactly? Or are they just doing it for, I don't know, an additional service to their product, or what exactly? I don't understand why they're just being nice partners.
Right. So we're working on a licensing agreement eventually with them, where they would integrate it into their own products.
I see.
Yep.
And I have a question about how far along the prototype is. You've made mention that you're moving, but I just want to understand how far along the technology is.
Oh, great question. So we expect to have a functional deployable prototype by Q1 of 2021. And we've been working together with NOV in order to achieve this for several months now. And it's looking like we'll be on track.
Hi, I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
What does a typical contract look like in your space? How much is paid out and how long does it last?
Great question. So a lot of that is still being developed, and we're still looking at that. As far as what is paid out, there are two main, portions of our business plan, and or that will bring in revenue. That'll be the hardware sales that largely we'll be leaning on NOV for, and then there'll be the software and analytics side of things. And so if just looking at each of those individually, we will come in very comparable to what exists on the market today, taking into account all the additional features that we're hoping to bring to the space.
Got it. Thank you.
So will there be a plant in Brownsville? Is that is that kind of where we're going with this as far as Brownsville is concerned? Or is there going to be just like, you're going to develop the software here? Or what kind of jobs do you anticipate, besides software engineering and all that?
So for starters, our company is funded mainly by Brownsville natives, and we intend to bring productivity back into the valley. We plan on utilizing the existing resources such as the Port of Brownsville for when we launch into multinational sales. We are looking to have our headquarters here in Brownsville and do manufacturing from local producers. It may be that at the beginning we need to do manufacture in the state of Texas, not necessarily in Brownsville, but we are aiming to provide the capabilities of manufacturing in Brownsville because we want Permittivity to be a Brownsville initiative.
And since I noticed that there's a lot of professors from the university involved, in this project? Does the university have all the, I mean, are you guys the patent holders for this, or is it university intellectual property, or what's the relationship there?
So there are currently no professors involved in permittivity. One of the founders was a professor, but is no longer a professor at the university. We are alumni of UTRGV, but are independent entrepreneurs.
I see. So the university has no stake in your intellectual property here?
No, ma'am.
That would be correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all again for that wonderful presentation. We look forward to the endeavor. Up next, we have Rock Duo, who is comprised of college students from the College of Business from UTRGV. They've actually are looking forward to developing a very unique application to be able to promote and effectively engage users with their mentors in the work environment and school environment. So up next, again, they're creating the application Glide, a mobile application that helps connect upper level students to lower level students in an effort to mentor each other. So up next, we have their presentation.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Yao.
And my name is Yareli.
We're both co-founders of the Guide app.
We're excited to be here and share a mobile application that will help college students engage, adapt, and succeed.
4 years ago, I transferred to UTRGV from Ghana, West Africa. One of my biggest struggles was adjusting to the system, getting information about available resources, and connecting with the right people. After 12 months of being uninformed, I was able to find a mentor to guide me and adjust to the system while helping develop myself as a student leader.
My transition from being a part of 10 organizations in high school and officer of 5 to not being active at all in college was devastating, but I couldn't understand why it was so hard to adapt. I wanted to move schools because I had little to no friends that were studying the same thing I was. 2 years after starting college, I became a part of the best organization at UTRGV of 2020, Enactus. After that, I began to have what is known as the college experience, learning, growing, and receiving opportunities.
With Guide, our goal is to get the transition period as smooth as possible in a faster and more effective way that would increase engagement and success of students.
Therefore, the problems we solve are low student engagement, low student retention, and little to no accountability.
So how do we solve this problem?
Well, let's talk about Guide.
We utilize 2 principles. 1, encouraging peer-to-peer mentoring, and 2, promoting campus events, which are influences of higher grades, student satisfaction, and increase in interaction.
And we execute that by giving upper level students the opportunity to serve as mentors for incoming or lower level students. Guide will also provide ongoing information about campus events and activities, making it easier for students to remain informed. And let's be honest, we love free stuff.
That's why active users will be rewarded for being engaged in college.
We'll be having a direct partnership with universities to get the app to directly influence a community of students. Research by Statista shows that there are over 28,000 universities in the world, 5,300 universities in the United States, and 92 four-year universities in Texas alone.
If we capture 8% of the market, that would be an estimate of 7 partnerships with 4-year universities in Texas, 424 partnerships in the United States, and in the future, Guide can go global and reach over 2,000 universities.
Although our direct client will be colleges and universities, our user base will be college students from 18 to 36 years old, which happens to be the generation with the highest frequency of app usage per day in the United States.
Data shows that in 2019, there was an estimate of 19.73 million students in the United States. And as we can see, there's about a 200,000 increase from 2019 to 2020.
With these statistics, we have estimated the possible amount of users if 8% of the student body had access to Guide. 1,478,400 students.
Here, we illustrate a screenshot of Guide. When signing up, students will select their classification to assign them as a mentor or mentee.
And for safety purposes, we'll have students log in through their school's learning module system to verify that they're a student at the partnered university.
The menu will lay out all the app functionalities. For example, each student will have their own profile that embodies who they are. That is, their major, interest, and skills.
There will also be a section for them to set goals for school or life, anything they may desire, and the algorithm will keep them accountable.
And like mentioned, there will be rewards. Users will receive points for checking into campus events and spending time with a mentor or mentee.
Overall, users will connect to their peers and build long-lasting relationships, gain experience by mentoring other students, and set goals and stay accountable through the app. Redeem activity points for free items, receive discounts for student-related products and services, and users will be informed about upcoming campus events to keep them engaged.
Now, how do we financially sustain ourselves? Our business model is to go into partnership with universities. Those partnerships will come at a fee to keep the app active for clients. Colleges are charged as per the size of student population to best serve universities of different sizes.
For example, UTRGV has a student body of around 29,000 students, meaning that their annual fee will be $22,500.
In the first year of our operation, we will not be making any revenue, as we will be beta testing to make sure the app is fully optimized before expanding its reach.
We know how important college is and want to make sure we review all feedback by users and partners to better improve Guide to the needs of each university.
Our direct competitors are companies and platforms that are used for networking, visualization, and growth for student engagement software such as LinkedIn, Campus Labs, and Suitable.
Although LinkedIn is for anyone who is looking to create a professional identity, there are about 13.8 million college students from the United States as users, and Campus Labs has 1,400 campuses as partners, while no data was found for a competitor Suitable.
Although we're both not born in this country, that is not the only reason we stand out from the rest. Our competitive advantage would be due to the long-lasting partnerships with schools and provide them with a personalized platform, have an incentivized system that would hold students accountable through our user-friendly mobile app.
Lastly, to make sure we have a bridge on the gap between the company and our partners, we will recruit campus ambassadors. They will be in charge of promoting the app, our mission, and our culture overall.
Here's our team living the American dream.
This is Yasam. Most people call him Sam. He's originally from Ghana. He enjoys playing soccer, and on the professional side, he's a certified web designer, studied computer science, and has a bachelor's degree in marketing. He's currently pursuing his MBA in entrepreneurship.
This young lady is Yareli Tejerina. Although she doesn't have an accent, she was born and raised in Mexico, and she loves public speaking. She has 3 years of experience in direct sales, recruiting, and training college students with the #1 internship program in the United States in 2019. She was the vice president of Enactus, which won the 2020 Diversity and Social Change and Fostering Leadership Award in 2020. Today, we are seeking $20,000 to help in the first phase of development of Guide. These funds will mostly go towards app development as well as advertisement and marketing, legal and accounting services, miscellaneous, and of course, insurance.
At Guide, we believe in continuous growth and personal development for each other, from each other, because it doesn't matter where you go. What matters is what you do where you go.
Therefore, we are reaching back and giving others the same chances that helped us succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
My name is Yao.
My name is Yao. My name is Yao. My name is Yao. My name is Yao. My name is Yao. My name is Yao. My name is Yao.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool. So, who do y'all have on your roadmap as your first customer or your first potential customer, or group? And how do you intend on acquiring them?
So we actually have spoken to UTRGV Student Engagement Office. We went up with them to set up a meeting with them, and we went ahead and presented what this app would be and what we would have done. That's someone that we would also want to do the beta testing with since we're here at home. So of course, whenever it does expand, it'll be something that is made here in Valley. So that's someone that we've already contacted and we want to go ahead and work with us.
Got it. Thank you.
So we actually have
Hi, I have a question on, how do you get schools to really buy into this? What kind of KPIs need to prove from student engagement in advance, or what partnerships do you need to have to really show you can drive the incentives for students to participate?
So one of the core principles that we're really pushing is that we as students know what it is like to want to go to events. One of the things we want to see is we want to get rewarded for some of the things we do. And so that's one of the main things we're focusing on. We're using metrics saying that the more you reward students to participate in events, the more they want to go to do those events. And we've done a little bit of research, especially with UTRGV, to see that metrics that show that students are more likely to get engaged if they are going to get rewarded for it. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the mentorship aspect, we are going on to the fact that there's a lot of students, both international and domestic students, that have no one to help them transition from, let's say, from high school into college, or from a different country into the new university that they are attending. And so with those kind of help that we're providing, we're able to bridge that gap so that students can find someone in the university they are attending to guide them through the process.
And how do you choose the mentors and mentees then if it's a university-driven initiative on trying to get the right student, right? Like an international student is going to want someone potentially that knows something more about the university or the city that they're coming into. Similarly, someone who's in pre-law might want someone who's a law student at the grad school. So how are you helping the university drive those decisions?
Yeah, so for that, one of the things that we were doing, I didn't want to reach out to student leaders of the university, so students who are already active and taking initiative themselves into impacting themselves and their career. So people who are in organizations, even staff could even be mentors to students. This is just a platform where it's more able and more accessible for them to be able to reach these people. Because I know myself, I've done a lot of workshops where I go reach out for mentors for life coaching and stuff like that. And I've had students reach out to me just because I post those things in social media. So I've had people I've mentored myself. This past year, I actually mentored 5 students. And of course, it was more like live things that we're going through, how to go to college, how to register for classes. Things that are really easy, but a lot of people don't necessarily know about them and don't want to go up to an adult or set up a meeting because it might be intimidating. Unlike asking students, but of course, people don't necessarily do that in the hallway, like, hey, do you know how to register for class, or specifically financially. So those are some of the ways that we're doing that. Now with the more upperclassmen like PhD and the master's program, I know we did talk to Dr. Kilach, who is the Dean for the College of Engineering at UTRGV in the Edinburgh facility. And he did speak to us that they have something similar like this, where they kind of just put students together, so like a senior with a sophomore, but there's no tracking in that. They're just putting students together to help each other, mentor each other. So what we want to do is just really put things together for them in this platform to really just show metrics and show timing, all those things we can provide for the schools in general to get this going, of course.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question on how much you as founders have invested so far in the project or in the creation of the app.
So we have actually invested $5,540. Most of it was for the UI. So the first phase of the app has already been established. Also with the graphic designing, getting the logo done and all these things, as well as photo shoots that we've had for marketing purposes.
And how close are you? How long will it take to finish the app and have something that's actually working?
So our goal is to launch in the spring of 2021. So by next year, we're looking to launch the app officially.
I have a question. Your pricing model noted a fee, but it did not include any detail on the tangible value you're using to justify that pricing. How do you, my question is, at this juncture, how would you measure the return on investment for your colleges or universities? I mean, it quotes a figure of $35,000 a year or something, but how did you guys come up with that? And secondly, I mean, why wouldn't a university just develop that software instead of paying that annual fee to your product? Just curious.
So when it comes to the fee, we basically use metrics, or we use.
If you want to, I don't know if you want to add me to it, or.
Okay. So when it comes to the fees that we're charging, we basically check other platforms and how much they're charging, especially with our competitors, to be able to see how much lower we can go, how much higher we can go, and how much of significant impact we're making.
Just add me in, is it like you did Rafa?
And also we compare it with the student population. So we're making sure that we're charging based on the student population and not overcharging or undercharging. When it comes to the colleges basically just downloading the platform, we're making this platform very customized to different universities. So we go to UTRGV and say, come onto this platform. And so one of the ways you sign up is to go to your learning module system. So if a university is not in a partnership with us, students cannot download the platform.
Hey everyone, we're gonna have to wrap up this Q&A and move on. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, those are our first two pitches. We're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break from our sponsors. But before we go, we want to remind you all to please vote for your favorite pitch by texting in your vote to the number 956-372-5004. Thanks.
There's a lot to celebrate in the Rio Grande Valley. The rich history between our border, our proud roots as farmers and ranchers, not to mention our strong economic growth. We honor the hardworking people who make the Rio Grande Valley what it is today. It's a privilege to live and work here, and we know you feel the same way. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of the Rio Grande Valley.
Brownsville has shown the world that we support one another. When our community needed it most, we provided COVID-19 testing at no cost. Head to btxcares.com to donate. Your contribution helps those in our community who cannot afford this test. No one has been turned away because of their immigration status or lack of insurance. And check out the BTX Cares shop, trendy tees, and other items that will directly support local museums, small businesses, and nonprofits in the Midi Cultural District.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. To all our students, your ultimate success is the light guiding us through this storm. You carry the hopes and dreams of your families. We won't waver in our commitment to you. To our faculty and our staff, your dedication to our students has never been more apparent. Without you, our mission is merely a statement. To our doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers on the front lines of this fight, we thank you truly for your steadfast commitment and your selfless devotion to the entire Rio Grande Valley. To all vaqueros, now is the time to unite, to serve each other, to transform and rally to meet this moment together.
Thank you all again for coming back to our pitch summit. We'd like to go right into our third pitch. It's Lunar Station Corporation out of Boston, Massachusetts. Lunar Station Corporation provides cutting-edge moon navigational services and topographical maps for lunar environmental intelligence to help successfully execute missions to the moon. Without further ado, Lunar Station Corporation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Blair DeWitt. I'm a co-founder and head of the company. Next slide. We're an MIT startup, and when we organized several years ago, we realized that what we really wanted to do as a group was contribute our abilities to maximize the success to everyone on the moon. In pursuit, we talked with a lot of the stakeholders in the market. And as we talked with them, we did that. What the minimum viable product would really be is a 3D visualization of the lunar environment and add some of the factors that are meteor strikes. And while we were developing our MVP, hey Nathan, can you mute? All right. So what we also discovered while we were in pursuit of our MVP was that there's a big difference between awareness and intelligence. There's an abundance of intelligence, and there's also abundance of awareness. But what is challenging with the awareness side is that it's not privatized, it's not personal. You find awareness, it's like NASA, USGS, and those are taxpayer funded. So they're not really a personalized environment for companies that are going to the moon. On the intelligence side, when you think about these who are privately funded, developing their repeatable business model to go to the moon and back, to the moon and back, they need intelligence. And next slide. And that's what we provide. We provide lunar environmental intelligence for these companies going to the moon. And just to sort of classify, awareness is easy to find, free to access, publicly available. The intelligence is actually hard to find. It's very costly to create, and you want to use it privately. And that means it's tailored specifically to your mission needs. And to put it in terms that the panel will understand, if you're about to do a multi-million-dollar financial transaction, would you be going to Yahoo Finance or would you be going to Bloomberg to have a great standing of the deal? Slide. So a little bit more about Lunar Station. The way we see the opportunity is about 3 market segments. There's the new market segment, target market. There's the geospatial analytics market. That, if you advance the slide. And then our go-to-market model is actually cloud delivered or software as a service. And we're right in the middle of these 3 hot markets. As you can see, very aggressive compounded annual growth rates year over year. Next slide. So here's what we have today. We, with angel investing, were able to build our MVP, do beta, its revenues, on the government side, and have a production lunar environment intelligence platform available. And we sell this via subscription. What we need to build tomorrow is Moon Watcher. So if Moon has our analytical platform, Moon Watcher is our remote sense data platform. And that means it's kind of like a Ring camera, but for the moon. We're going to go there, we're going to capture our own proprietary data, like all these other companies want to, and bring it to market. But we already have the analytics engine, they don't. And so they're going to use ours, like we'll use ours with Moon Watcher. So a great manifestation of the Moon Watcher is Moon Navigational Service. And here you could get analytics for landing site, skyline, or even meteorology analysis for your mission. Next slide. So continuing with that awareness versus intelligence, I think this is a great manifestation of that. As you can see, the organizations to the right-hand side do certain things really well, but they don't do it all. They're point solutions and general public, general purpose use. On the left, where you see us, and we check all the boxes because we're that intelligence platform for the market. Next slide. So what's creating this opportunity? Wave is underway. It started in Leo, and now it's going to the moon, or we all call the 8th continent. A really fascinating aspect of this is that the focus is shifting from can we launch safely to we need to land safely and in the right place. These missions are very expensive, and there's a huge cost of failure. So you can imagine the risk associated with the capital that's been deployed. We're here to help them be more intelligent about their mission, to be more and hit their slide, please. And so how big is this opportunity? Well, actually, this opportunity exists within the global space economy. So this is not a domestic opportunity. This is an international opportunity. So when we look at the global space economy, the thing that's really interesting is, as we talked about before, one of the hot sectors that we focus on is new space. New space is growing really rapidly. Matter of fact, next year it's going to represent over 50% of the global space economy. So we know we're in a hot market, and we know what the need is. So our opportunity is really trending with this, but there's a really interesting wrinkle here. Next slide. This into it, the term you guys would probably be thinking about, and that's return on investment. There's hidden capital in the new space market. As I mentioned at the beginning, these are well-funded companies going to the moon. They have private capital engaged in being led conservatively see dollars. Imagine what the investment rate of return signifies on that $7 billion. That's a lot of money that is expected to come back to the market in returns. So next slide, please. So our revenue projections over the next couple of years really take all this into account. But what's most important is that this is a diversified revenue stream, so there's not a single point of failure in where our fund and our revenue is going to come from. We're going to also have diversified funds, not just from the layer of product that we're going to offer in the solutions, but also from the sources, government and commercial revenue. Next slide. As I mentioned, we already have customers. And right now, between commercial and government, it's 2/3 commercial, 1/3 government. And I hope our customers can say stuff about us, so it helps. And I would say, if the next slide could be advanced. One of our customers, who actually is in Texas, clearly stated that, you know, the kind of assessment that they needed to do to require their obligation to their clients was this level of lunar lander assessment that hadn't been done since Apollo. And it,
if Texas were a country, our economy would be one of the largest in the world.
Validation. Next slide. So we've been on the hunt. We've been looking for our area. We're a distributed team, and we're trying to figure out where our critical mass is going to be. And as we kind of looked at the East Coast, the West Coast, and the Middle, and the Gulf Coast, it became very clear to us that Texas is America's corridor. And it's not just the fact that NASA's headquartered there, but there's a vibrant ecosystem for companies like ours, not just to survive, but to truly thrive and to have everything that we need to grow. And specifically, we need to grow in two areas. Take Moonhacker, keep pushing it. We're already 10,000 hours. We need to do another 10,000. So we have to get people on board, ramp up, and to meet the needs of the market that continues to grow aggressively. Also, tomorrow we need to start building Moonwatcher, and that means it's going to be research, it's going to be design, it's going to be development. And so these are very sophisticated teams, and we really need to get a jump start on that now. And as we've been exploring around, we actually at Brownsville really awesome. And some of that is, you know, Dr. Genet, who's part of Lunar Station and has great access to the human capital that's there. So we're really excited about this. And I think, next slide, please. This gets even better because of the Startup Texas grant money. We can actually prime now, folks. We can accelerate their entry in the company and put them to work right now. And next slide. So as I mentioned, we have a great team, and our team represents a nice collection of experiences in aerospace, in high tech, in military. And as far as missions flown for NASA, check the box. Military reconnaissance missions, check the box. High tech, Silicon Valley, check the box. You know, always looking for the brightest wherever they may be. And so it's really great to already have a lead on a few of Brownsville's brightest, personally. And Dr. Genet can talk more about that if you have more questions. But next slide, please. The thing about this picture here of the station team is that we all are contributing our abilities to ensure every mission to the moon is safe and successful. And with that, I'll take any questions that you guys have.
I have a question. The $450,000 revenue that you show on the income statement, that's from the trial clients or real clients or commercial? I know you mentioned there's 2/3 commercial and 1/3 governmental clients.
Well, it's based on this year's estimation. So that's our projection for this year's revenue. And our estimation is that, yes, it'll be a blend of government and commercial clients. There are missions going to the moon next year, and 2022 and 2023. And our service is available and of value to these organizations about 24 to 18 months prior to their mission, at mission execution, and then after. So we see the lifetime value of these clients also continuing for year over year.
So that's a projected.
So the 450 is our end of the year estimation.
Okay, so that's projected, not
yes,
actual.
Of which we've attained some of them.
I see. Can you elaborate, like how much of that have you attained?
I'm happy to have that conversation with you privately.
Okay.
But we're roughly about quarter of the way there. So the back half of the year is going to be very strong.
Great, congratulations.
I have a question on, does this have any controls with the U.S. government, a possible customer. So in the sense of maintaining sensitive photos and analytical data and then restricting use to only a particular set of cases. I know they've got certain satellite images. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, so there was... Yeah, there was a little bit of choppiness on your mic, but I think about ITAR compliance or anything sensitive that has to stay stateside.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, great. So when it comes to our government client, we can put federal our commercial clients stay on a commercial grade. And all the algorithms that we've written and all that we use is not ITAR restricted. And since they're logging into our environments as a subscription, we get to maintain positive control as to where our algorithms reside and who has access to it. But for government clients, we have an upper tier, and with our cloud server partner, who's owned company in Texas, Dell. So we're already deeply involved with Texas.
Perfect, thank you.
I have a question. Obviously it's a very impressive company and it's very exciting, but as we look at this particular thing that we're working on, in our rubric, it mentions creation of jobs. And so this is probably best for, I guess, maybe Dr. Janik, on what type of jobs could be created in Brownsville.
Yes. So as I mentioned, we need Hacker, which is the analytical platform. So that's software engineering, that's data scientists, and that's user interface, user experience coders. Shortly, we'll be moving forward with our Moonwatcher space reconnaissance. So this is cameras that we're going to put on spacecraft heading to the moon, grabbing pictures of various different wavelengths, bringing that data set in. So we have to build that camera equipment and then get it onto the spacecraft. So we're also going to be filling out our aerospace engineering ranks as well, and mission designers. So it's both the software and the hardware side. But we're going to start with the software.
Hi, I have a quick question. So what stops like a NASA or SpaceX from doing this in-house?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, what stops a NASA or a SpaceX from doing this in-house?
So taxpayer, when I worked at NASA, I knew what our objective was. It was to provide return on taxpayer funding. And that was not to the benefit of one private company or another, it was the benefit of the public. And so that's where NASA has to provide awareness. They cannot go in and service one private company over another, where we can.
Got it.
And as taxpayers, we wouldn't want that either. Any other?
Wrapping up this session. That was a great presentation that was given by Lunar Station Corporation. We're very excited to hear about a company in the new space field, and that's an industry that we're fostering here in our backyard for Brownsville, Texas. We understand that SpaceX is here and it's creating a lot of buzz, so it is understood that we're definitely going to get some attention from other companies that are in that same industry that would like to consider having Brownsville, Texas as their next home. Just to let everybody at home right now, you all can text your favorite venture or pitch, as we're experiencing them on this final pitch event, by texting the number that is on the right side of the screen, or by texting the number 956-382-7004. Again, you all can use your mobile numbers or your mobile devices to be able to text this number and text the name of the venture of the pitch that is your favorite. That way we can tally the score and be able to present the Community Choice Award at the end of the event. Up next, we have a company that's actually coming from the Cominer Group in Mexico City. Again, we're getting a lot of attention from different parts of the U.S. and internationally. So up next, we have Smartest Energy. They utilize thermal pyrolysis with discarded end-of-life tires, or ELT, to produce tire-derived fuel, or TDF. Pyrolysis carbon black, recovered steel, and sink gas. So this company is actually from the energy sector who's looking to expand or relocate into the Brownsville area. So up next, we have their presentation, Smartest Energy. All right, like I mentioned early on in the presentation for this Final Pitch Summit event, we are doing this remotely, and the folks that are representing Smartest Energy are actually trying to connect through it from Mexico City. So we might experience a couple connection issues here and there, but we're actually considering moving in another venture. Just to remind everybody, you can text your favorite venture at the number that's found here on the screen at 956-382-7004. At the end of the event, our colleagues are going to go ahead and tally up the numbers of your votes so that we can present the Community Choice Award. So just letting you all know, we're going to go ahead and proceed with Pluton Brewery. Actually, Smartest Energy, my mistake. Again, this is a great group that's coming from Mexico City who's looking to relocate to Brownsville, Texas. So here to further ado, Smartest Energy.
Good afternoon. Could you hear me well? Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon to you all. My name is Victor Bravo, and here with me is
Felipe Núñez.
Hello. Smartest Energy, a company that looks ocean. Can we go to the first slide, please? So, as you know, tires are made to last because they are made with high quality components. They include synthetic or natural rubbers, include carbon black, and they include, I was in the first slide, please, to use.
Can you put the previous one, please, Nathan?
Well, as I was saying to you, the tires are made to last because they are made with high quality components. Acceptance for yes, thank you. They are made with steel cords, with synthetic or rubber or natural rubber, and carbon black. Please. But the problem is the waste of valuable resources, because when these tires reach the end of their lifetime, They are wasted because there is no culture and no facilities to recover all the components that go with them. Burying the tires in landfills is costly. And it also makes to lose some very valuable tracts of land. Besides that, the scrap tires components are lost because they are buried. And finally, if these tires take more than 500 years to degrade, just imagine the increasing cost to the environmental costs related to tire discard. Next one, please. So the problem is big. 1.3 billion tires are discarded annually worldwide. And just in Texas, there are more than 45 million tires discarded every year. And the problem is only going to get bigger. Next one, please. So the solution is here, a process to reuse most of the tire components. Smartest Energy uses a pyrolysis process that can convert tires to steel carbon black, a truly economy platform with the advantage that all these products will have a lower carbon footprint. Next one, please. With this process, companies will benefit from having high quality feedstock at lower prices with lower carbon footprint. And they will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Next one, please. It will also benefit from less health hazards, soil pollution, and less municipal expenditures to dispose of these scrap tires. Next one, please. The project considers a total processing capacity of 35,000 tons per year. That means processing 10,000 tires on a daily basis. The tutorial project cost of $7 million, whereas the tires will be collected and shredded at a facility in Brownsville, Texas, and then they will be transported to a pyrolysis plant that is going to be located in Monterrey, in Mexico. The production capacity for this product is 6,000 tons of steel a year, 4 million gallons of fuel, and 11,000 tons of carbon black, with the expected revenues by the third year since starting the project of $11 million. Next one, please. The business model is very simple. We receive tires in a fee for each tire. Then we have to scale low-cost pyrolysis process. With these two steps, we're going to get a low-cost product that we can sell as high-quality products at very competitive prices. In short, we come from tire to ship fuel, industry fuel, rubber parts, tank compounds, car parts, and many other products that can be produced with these components. Next slide, please. During 2019, Smartest Energy processed 22,000 tires at an industrial scale pilot plant. We were testing market fit, confirming price ranges, and developing a commercial network. We were able to sell at market prices steel to foundries, fuel manufacturing companies, and carbon black to rubber companies and plastic master batch companies. But the most important finding for this last product was that we were able to find a customer network of companies that require more than 500 tons on a monthly basis, which is quite interesting as a market provision for the future. Next one slide, please. So with this commercial know-how that we learned from the testing, the processing knowledge, and the technical knowledge that we have accumulated, we have the basis to the go-to-market strategy. In Fit to Market, we learned that working with our clients to make tailor-made products makes it much more easier to have them sold to them. We can use our lab in our pilot plant to develop those products. As for market segments, even though the steel, fuel, and carbon black are products that are sold in markets that are worth billions of dollars globally, we're focusing in steel and fuel in the segments of regional markets in Mexico, where we can minimize the cost of logistics and maximize the price. Carbon black, it has capabilities of being exported. So we're considering that we will sell that in the USA, in Mexico, and in Latin America. We're going to sell also specific markets of rubber and master batch plastic industries in the USA and Mexico. Regarding distribution, we have the confidence that our sales force will be able to manage the steel and the fuel challenges. Whereas in the black, we need the help of distributors. An agreement signed for. Next one, please. For pricing, our low production costs make us to have very competitive position for prices. In the recent Fit to Market test, we move within a 5% range versus average market prices. As for competition, the segments of steel and fuel, they are price driven. There are multiple suppliers with multiple offerings. In carbon black, the competition is both in quality and price, with an international oligopoly that has a strong pricing capability. But we're not going to compete only in price. Our differentiation will come also from applying research and development to tailor-made products and support our clients in their own developments. And also the product's quality, stability, and reliability, such as is the case in our EcoFuel that has more calorific power and has a combustion that lasts longer than comparable eco-fuels. With this, bringing a saving in money to our clients. Next one, please. The sustainability of our project was incorporated into a competition by the United Nations Development Program that was called the Accelerate 2030. This is a program that was looking to scale entrepreneurial solutions for the United Nations Development Goals. We were rated in a number of specific indicators of the UNDP. And basically the sustainability of our project comes from the balance of a healthy financial profitability with the combination of protection to the environment, to the human health, and also the leading innovation. As for the long-term sustainability of the business, it will be supported by the growth of the entire industry, which again will bring us more challenges for not wasting valuable resources. Next one, please. Now that the team has developed the early stage of the project, it is ready to take the next step. By combining our 70 years experience as professionals in multinational companies and 28 years as full-time entrepreneurs in different companies. We have expertise in finance, commercial, production, research and development, and general management areas. Next one, please. And here are the benefits to Brownsville. Brownsville will become one of the few places in the world spearheading this technology at a large scale. There will 20 new jobs at the training facility created. There will be community improvement with the destruction of more than 3 million tires on a yearly basis. There will be an investment initially of $1.5 million. We will lower the municipality expenses in waste management. It will increase the tax revenues. There will be also a potential strengthening of the research and development in the region for the pyrolysis technology that can be applied to other valuable goods to be recovered, as well as development of new materials and an international trade expansion, since we could export up to $3.5 million of carbon black, taking advantage of the infrastructure that you have to export. Next one, please. We're asking here for $20,000 that will allow us to complete the basic engineering, the sharing plant layout, and a number of steps to make more inroads and get more knowledge on the go-to-market strategy. Other important investment. Next one, please. And so, please join us on a business journey to save world resources. Let's transform pollution into solutions. Thank you very much. And we are pretty much open to questions that you have.
I guess I will start it out. I loved this project, incredibly interesting. It kind of met all the parameters. My question is more out of curiosity. Where is the pilot plant that you mentioned earlier in your presentation? What's the location?
I'm sorry, we couldn't hear it. Could you repeat the question, please?
What's the location of your current pilot plant?
Oh, okay. It's in the outskirts of Monterrey in Mexico. Thank you.
Hi.
So thank you for the presentation. My understanding is that, please go ahead, Sam.
Oh, I was just going to ask, how many jobs do you think you could bring to Brownsville? I really love this presentation as well.
Thank you very much. We're expecting the initial phase will be around 20 jobs for the sharing plan, but we're also considering moving the headquarters. And if we have a good success, this plant, we are designing it in modules, so we could grow even more than we are considering. Obviously, we have to look at the quantity of tires that are disposable in the region and the logistic cost. But we think we can expand the project into the future.
Got it. Thank you.
So piggybacking off of that logistics question, how hard is it to transport the tires, particularly if you're looking at a community like Brownsville, where you might have to truck them in, and there's obviously a trucking driver shortage? Is that a concern?
We didn't hear correctly.
Sorry,
we heard something about when are we going to export from the Mexico to the States? Did you say that?
So is there a concern? Is there a concern over how to get the tires to the facility? Is that going to be logistically challenging?
Okay, let me rephrase it if I got it correctly. If we have a concern to move back and forth the shredded tires and the materials between Mexico and Brunswick, would that be the correct question? Right. No, yes. Actually, there is imports of used tires in Mexico into the Baja California region. We also have large problems in all the crossings in the border crossings between Mexico and the U.S., particularly in this area between Nuevo Laredo and Matamoros and Reynosa. We have probably the largest corridor in the world of trucks crossing back and forth. And the tire problem is just incredibly big, if I can say so. And so moving the tires and the production back and forth, we have not had a problem. We already have a quotation from a transportation company. And I guess we just need to go ahead and as we have seen, other companies are doing it for different purposes.
Thank you.
In the future, do you plan, or for now, you're just going to have the plant in Mexico, or do you intend to replicate that in Brownsville?
The replication of the pyrolysis plant in Brownsville?
Uh-huh.
Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Okay, so the plant can be set up anywhere in the world, I guess. The reason we're putting the pyrolysis plant in Mexico is for three reasons mainly. One is the cost of building and putting the facility is lower in Mexico. The operational is also considerably lower in Mexico. And it took for us like 2.5 years to get all the permits done in Mexico. So I guess if we could do that in Brownsville, it could certainly be done, but it will take us a few years on the regulations front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to Smartest Energy for that great presentation. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, but before we do, again, I want to remind you all to please vote for your favorite pitch to this number, 3827004. I messed up the number a couple of times beforehand, but please text your favorite vote for your pitch to this number, and we'll get back to you right after this. Thanks.
If Texas were a country, our economy would be one of the largest in the world. Our state has blessed us with many resources. Add to that dedicated, hardworking people, and you have some big possibilities. Success often starts with a one-on-one relationship with your banker, the way it should be. This is our state. Let's keep it moving. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of Texans.
So how's school, mijo?
You know, it's all right. I'm just nervous, you know.
Hey, be cool. Stay cool. Be patient. Why did they put this? What are you doing?
Hey, Grandpa. Stay cool. Be patient.
Vamos.
Know that we
ethically
at
sourced
UT
ingredients
Health,
to bring a
RGV,
truly
will
unique
always be
drinking
here to
experience
serve
to the Rio Grande Valley region. Pluton is going to go ahead and present. We can get their slides up.
Ricardo Presas. I'm one of the owners and spokesperson for the Pluton Brewing Company. We are a Brownsville-based company, as Mr. Burkhart just introduced us. We use. I'm one of the owners. 1 second, I need to mute my own microphone. So I don't. We are a Brownsville-based company, as Mr. Burkhart just introduced us. We use. I'm one of the owners. 1 second, I need to mute my own microphone. So I. Okay, I think that's better. One second. Brewing Company. We are a Brownsville-based company, as Mr. Burkhart just introduced us. I need to mute my own microphone. So okay, I think that's better. Okay, that is better now. Can you guys hear me now? Great. Like I said, I'm Ricardo Presas of the Pluton Brewing Company. I'm here to talk to you guys about what we've been doing actually since about 2015 with our exciting startup, the Pluton Brewing Company. I am one of the owners and the spokesperson for the company. And if you guys could just please move the slide, please. Okay, the Pluton Brewing Company, like we've said, is Brownsville-based, a microbrewery that uses locally and ethically sourced ingredients. And when I say locally, I do mean very local. Our grains come from Central Texas, which is about as local as we can get for grains right now, but they're purchased through local companies. We also use things like local ingredients to flavor our beers, prickly pears from local nopales, mesquite beans from local mesquite trees to flavor our beer and give it a flavor really unique to the region. And actually, I really wish that we had been there live right now. I really would have liked to have had very generous tasting for y'all. I'm going to pour it out right now just so you see that it's a real product and it really does exist. And here's our nice little Pluton glass, and we're going to pour it out right there. And this is our cream ale. Okay. This is one of our most popular flavors, and you can see right now right there with the Pluton branding. I'm not going to drink this right now. I'm going to save that for afterwards to calm my nerves because this is a very nerve-wracking experience. Next slide, please. So what we do, we handcraft our beers. We are a team of 8 people. Okay, we are a team of 8 people. We handcraft our beers using modern techniques as well as classic techniques and proven techniques to create a grain-to-glass beer drinking experience that's really unique to the region. Brownsville doesn't have a brewery right now, so we're very unique to Brownsville. And as you can see there, pictured is one of our flagship beers. It's a coconut porter beer called Un Poco Coco. It's my personal favorite beer and my signature beer and one of my all-time favorites. No, I wish you guys could taste that beer. It really is excellent. If you guys could move on to the next slide, please. So where we are from and where we are going, the Pluton Brewing Company is, of course, a Brownsville company owned and operated entirely by Brownsville natives. I was born in Brownsville at the Brownsville Medical Center. I grew up on FM 511. Most of our, all of our members are Brownsville natives. Some of us grew up on Pluton Street, which is where the name of the group came from, but we're all from Brownsville. And this year, we hope to upscale production capacity to pursue a lease of a brick and mortar storefront in historic downtown Brownsville for use as a tap room, supplemental brewing facility, and new base of operations. Texas alcohol sales laws dictate that we actually can't sell our beer for a profit until we have a storefront, okay? Getting a storefront is a little pricey sometimes, right? And without being able to sell your own product for a profit for storefront purposes, it creates a bit of a conundrum for us. So we are seeking funding to be able to upscale our production abilities. And if you could please move on to the next slide, please. Okay. Why a brewery? That might be y'all's first question. We have a very diverse group of presenters with us today. Why a brewery? Well, breweries are very closely associated with the cities they exist in. Now, if you are drinking a beer from the Jester King Brewery, you will know that that beer is Jester King and that it's from Austin. If you're drinking a Freetail beer, you'll drink that Freetail beer and know the brand Freetail, but you also know that brand is from San Antonio. Or if you're drinking a 5x5 beer, you know that beer is brewed in the Rio Grande Valley over in McAllen. Not quite close to us, but getting there, right? So the breweries tend to be very closely associated with the cities they exist in, okay? So we've established ourselves, craft beer has established itself for the last 10 years or so. It's not going anywhere. You know, craft beer is here to stay. Millennials drink craft beer. Gen Xers drink craft beer, baby boomers drink craft beer, and Gen Zers, as they become old enough to drink, will probably be drinking craft beer as well. And breweries attract clientele from multiple demographics, and they foster further development by other businesses in the area. My favorite example to use is up in Taylor, Texas. The Texas Beer Company opened up, and after it opened up, the area surrounding it just had this massive economic resurgence. And new businesses opened up. It created a lot of jobs, but more than that, it really added value to the city's brand, you know. And that's part of what we seek to do. Pictured there is our a flyer. We participated in the Crossroads Festival that was here earlier this year, right before all the quarantining started, and we all could still go outside to have a good time. We did give away a whole lot of beer that day. We were there with the Star Society as well as co-branding with SpaceX, and it was a really great experience. If you'll please move to the next slide. So our financial plan. Now, this financial plan obviously is based on projections, and projections, are estimates. You know, we can't make money yet because we don't have our storefront yet, and these are projections for when we have our storefront open in downtown Brownsville. Okay, estimated weekly patronage. We're estimating we'll get about 750 visits a week at an average of $30 per visit. Although if our fans are enthusiastic enough, that number might be higher, which gives us an estimated weekly gross income of about $22,500 and an estimated annual gross income of $1.1 million and change. We're going to adjust that to 75% for margin of error, and that will give us a gross income of $877,500 a year. Now, our total personnel plan, we will be employing people from Brownsville because we will be operating in Brownsville, of course. We currently, our starting employee payroll will be at $380,000. It will grow from there as our staffing needs dictate that we continue to hire new people. We are also going to make a lot of community outreach and hopefully hopefully hold some classes at our brewery to teach people how to home brew and things like that. Okay, production and supplies, that means us buying grains and the things necessary for brewing beers, and coming in about $50,000 a year. And storefront lease and licensing and etc., we are budgeting $100,000 a year for that. And so after that,
challenging times
and comparing it to our
teach us
75% adjusted projected gross income, we can see that there's really some room for profitability here, generous profitability. And we fully intend to reinvest that into the community as much as possible as we focus on branding our beer, but also branding Brownsville, you know? If you could please go on to the next slide. Okay, so our sources of income are pretty obvious. We will be, of course, selling our wonderful beer product that I am very proud of and I enjoy drinking very much. There you see us at an event. We will also be trying to get our cans on store shelves at the state level. I would love nothing better than to have the Pluton Brewing Company's beer featured at HEB. It's like a dream of mine personally to be browsing in HEB and see our own beer. And of course, we'll also be very present in local bars and clubs. Owners of lots and lots of local establishments have already come to us saying, hey, Rick, Daniel, Joey, whenever you guys are ready, we have a keg and a tap just for you all in our store. And that includes places like Terras, Dodici, Kraken Lounge, etc. Lots of downtown businesses, lots of businesses on the north side as well, including the Flying Pig and Santuario. These are places that are already ready to receive our product. Okay, if you'll please move on to the next slide. So I'd mentioned to you guys that we can't sell our beer for money just yet. And the question arises that once our kegs are full, what do we do with all that beer? Well, the reality is we throw a party and we give it away, for lack of a better term. Pluton Brewing Company works in conjunction with both established and up-and-coming local businesses to continue growing our local and enthusiastic grassroots following via pop-up tasting parties free of charge at local events and First Friday. And there you see a picture of First Friday that we did on the left. Very, very exciting. We did that outside of South Texas Music Incubator, STMI. In the middle, you'll see a picture of a pop-up that we did at Terras, where they paired our beers with their delicious food. And on the far right, you will see us with a Star Society event in the building that you guys are in right now, in downtown Brownsville, hosting a very fantastic event. It was a lot of fun. And that's basically what we're doing with our beer right now. So if you'll please move me to the next slide. So, why we are seeking funding. Our competitive advantage is also our biggest barrier. People really, really, really like our beer, okay? We can't brew it fast enough. You'll see in the picture, that amount of beer at one of our events tends to be gone within only about an hour or two, okay? People really like our beer. One of our goals going in was to be able to create a product accessible enough that even our fathers, who mostly drink light beers, even our fathers can access and can enjoy. And we've proven pretty successful with that, okay? And we've built a really loyal grassroots following that really, really believe in us, you know? If you'll go on to the next slide. So in an effort to make ourselves more able to keep up with our own demand, we're looking to use startup funding monies for upgrading our brewing systems, okay? We're looking to move to a 5-barrel system, and there's an example of a 5-barrel system pictured there on the screen. Sorry, if you'll please move to the next slide. Oh yeah, sorry, it's loading, never mind. Right there's a picture of a 5-barrel system. Oh, back one, please. There's a picture of a 5-barrel system right there. And a 5-barrel system will yield us a monthly capacity of 2,100 gallons or more. So that is pretty comparable to companies like 5x5, to companies like Dionysus and Great Notion Brewing Company, okay? Now, our current single-barrel system can't handle the demand, but that doesn't mean we're going to waste our current single-barrel system, okay? Our single-barrel system is going to be repurposed for creating what's called our Galaxy class craft line of ultra-premium small batch beers. It'll be single-barrel batches, and it'll be extremely high-end, but so we're not going to go wasting any of the expensive equipment that we have right now. If you'll please move on to the next slide. And once again, our plan is to spend funds, the $20,000, on as much upgraded equipment as possible. We want to be able to make enough beer not only to satisfy and meet the needs in Brownsville, but to also meet the needs outside of Brownsville. Okay, Brownsville then and Brownsville now. Now, I have lived in Brownsville my entire life. Okay, 20 years ago, when the north side was changed by the Sunrise Mall renovations, that changed the entire north side. Okay, I remember it. It brought so many businesses to us. We got an Old Navy, we got a Best Buy. Our mall was fantastic. We got restaurants and bars all over the place on the north side. I mean, we got an Olive Garden 2 years ago. That's pretty awesome. I think we've arrived. And back then, when that renovation was done, the idea was to get the rest of the country to come to Brownsville, right? Our idea is to send Brownsville to the rest of the country, okay? We want to create a beer drinking experience that the city can be proud of, that people can ask about, and that more than anything else, can benefit the city and their own branding as we continue to build to build Brownsville into the city that we need it to be, that we've always wanted it to be, because it is the city that we love. You know, we don't do this in the Pluton. I've said this 1,000 times if you've ever been to one of our events. We don't do this for love of beer or love of money, because we don't make any money and, well, we make our own beer. We do this for love of Brownsville, and we look forward to continuing in our quest to bring this great craft beer, this great Brownsville product made by Brownsville people to the masses. I believe that is all my time. So if y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer to the best of my abilities.
I love your enthusiasm for the product.
Oh, well, thank you.
Quick question. You said that that the supply cannot meet the demand. Is that just based on projections, or is that just friends and family asking for more of your stuff since you can't exactly sell it yet?
Basically, right now, our brewing capacity at this moment is single barrel, okay? That means that we can brew roughly, that means that for an event, we can take roughly maybe up to 60 gallons to it if we have appropriate prep time, you know? It will take a long time to build up that beer. With an upgraded system, we can brew 2,100 gallons at a time, okay? And that, a month, I should say. And that will help us meet the demand. Currently, we can't make beer fast enough to meet the demand of, I have friends, people in Boston, Massachusetts, and in Los Angeles, California, Seattle, Washington, Austin, Texas, who want our beer, and we just can't produce it because we just can't produce it fast enough. We have people in Brownsville who we have to turn away once our kegs are empty at our events because we just can't produce our beer fast enough to meet the demand. You know, the supply does not currently meet the demand, and our startup funds will help us meet that demand.
My first question is, and I guess it's a statement. One, I was not that enthusiastic until you started talking. And
oh, so thank you.
You did a wonderful job. You made me fall in love with it. And as you were talking, Clayton walked in, and I'm going to show him in a second. He's the largest seller of alcohol south of San Antonio. So Clayton, come say hi.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hi.
I have a question.
Sure.
How are you going to get one of the local distributors to pick it up so you could sell it in bars?
We are going to basically create, we've been building, for the last 5 years, we've been building this grassroots campaign of really loyal fan base. We're basically going to become undeniable to the local distributors. And basically, it'll become we want it to become a thing of, hey, we need to carry Pluton beer. We need you guys to start distributing it to our bar. And we have so much support from local businesses right now, like the ones I mentioned and several others, that I really feel like when we are able to produce the beer that they want, it will be able to make it out to them. You know, same as with the supermarket shelves.
Will you be able to can it, or only in kegs?
Yes, sir. No, sir. We do have canning abilities right now. We actually during the presentation I showed us with about three coolers full of our canned beer. Actually, I have a can right here that I just opened a moment ago. You weren't here for that part of the presentation. This is our cream ale. It clocks in at 5.6% alcohol content by volume. So yes, we have a full canning facility. We'll be able to do beer to go in case the quarantine doesn't end as soon as we like it to.
Well, we sell a hell of a lot of beer on South Padre Island, so you better can a lot of it. See you guys.
I am ready, sir.
Hi, I have a quick question.
Of course.
Yeah, so how does this become a national brand?
Well, that's a pretty good question, actually. It becomes a national brand after it becomes a local brand and after it becomes a state brand. You know, first we have to open our tap room here, basically, so that we can sell our product for money. And then ideally our demand will actually exceed again. And people will ask for it, and eventually it'll make its way through Texas. And from once you have the Texas market, going national is actually not so huge a step, demographically speaking. Once we have Texas, the rest of the country, I suspect, will come. But we are focusing first on Brownsville. Brownsville is our first love and our true love, and we are here first. Okay.
I have a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It was just going along the lines of like kind of like a franchise play if there was going to be one, but also more along the lines of a pricing strategy. Do you plan on being like a price leader? Or do you plan on pricing like a premium? Sometimes if you hold off on supplies and so forth, depending on how good your product is. What are your thoughts?
We'll have products at a wide variety of price points, ideally to make it accessible, but also because economically speaking, some beers are just more expensive to produce than others. The coconut porter, the dark porters that we make cost a lot more than this here clear cream ale. Now this cream ale will be one of our cheaper, more affordable beers, and it will be pretty reasonably priced, about par with what you'd expect in bars and clubs right now. But we'll have a price point at every level, and including, like I said, our current single barrel system will be repurposed for our ultra premium line that will be very high end and pretty expensive when we sell it. But that'll be a very small batch, very high end stuff. That'll be our barrel aged things, our wild fermented things, our kettle sours, etc.
Awesome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Awesome work, Pluton Brewery. Like we've seen, we have very good human capital here in our community that understands the environment and how the environment's changing for their own benefit. It's always great to be able to facilitate and grow and foster new ecosystems where entrepreneurs can talk to one another. Up next, talking about our community, we also have a plethora of resources, trade, but also the natural resources such as our coastal bend as well that we take advantage of. We have South Padre Island right in our backyard, the Gulf Coast, and this upcoming entrepreneur is utilizing those natural resources to create a new venture and create sailboats designed to reach an average speed of 20 knots or more. So up next, without further ado, we're presenting to you Wings.
Oh, let's see. There we go. Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead and get started.
Oh, all right. My name's Terry Westerman. I started out quite a while back with a degree in business administration, concentration and double major in finance, pardon me. And Are we online? Okay. After a stint in the Army, I went into my main life's work, which was basically small business development and consulting. And I ended up in the state of Oregon near Portland, and Portland, the climate is quite a bit different than here. It's typically about 60 degrees and rains 3 days out of 4 with a light wind. And so after a number of years there, I had the idea that what I wanted to do was get a sailboat, go to Florida, get a sailboat, and sail off to the edge of the earth, so to speak. And so I did that. I sold my house, and I went to Florida, and I found a nice sailboat, about a 35-footer, and I asked this fella how much did it cost, and he told me it cost more than that house that I just sold. So that kind of pinned my ears back a little bit. Then I asked him how fast it would go. And with that, he said about 6 or 7 miles an hour, maybe 8 in a good wind. And so I didn't buy a sailboat, But what I did, I went down to the Florida Keys and I got a job building boats down there. We built over there. There we are. Go to the next page. It's number 3. The problem with sailboats. That's the one. Yeah, you can see here we have 2 racing sailboats, and they're heeled over strongly into the wind and making a lot of speed. But as we can see, they're heeled over into the wind. The wind not only pushes these sailboats forward, but it tends to push them over to the side. And this presents a problem that as the boat tips over to the side, if we can scroll down on this page a bit, it makes sailing quite a bit uneasy. And if you're looking at this page, it's kind of hard to do anything while you're sailing except sail. Like imagine trying to prepare lunch with this sort of thing. If we go down a little bit farther, we find out the main problem with all this heeling is that if you heel over too far, you're going to capsize. Well, that's not very good. And so keeping the weight down in modern times went to we have 2 pictures here of modern sailboats, and they have this deep fin keel on the bottom, and these keels are filled up literally with lead. It's lead weight, and this keeps the bottom down, but at the same time, it sinks the boat farther into the water, and so this itself brings up a problem that where'd that go here? That if we can scroll down, what happens here is you have this weight in the bottom to keep the bottom of the boat down, but that pulls you down into the water more, and so that means you need more sail to keep up your speed. More sail means that you tip over a little bit more, so that means you need more weight down at the bottom. You have more weight in the bottom, it pulls you down in the water more, and that means you need more sail up above to keep up your speed, but that means you tip over some more. And you keep going around and around with this, and where you there we go. 2 hulls spaced very widely apart, and this helps. On this basis alone, they don't have the ballast, and so they don't sink down into the water, and so they're much faster than a regular sailboat. But still, as you can see, it's no panacea. The problem we have here is up above the water, the sail, we're using aerodynamics, the force of the wind. The same thing that makes airplanes fly, and we're trying to balance that with gravity. And gravity is, 2 forces are just completely different than the other. And they work a little bit in some situations. In all situations, you see we have this kind of a problem. Can we go to the next page there? The next page here is escaping displacement, and this is what happens when the boat sinks down into the water. We have this picture of this tugboat, and they're heavy boats, and they displace a lot of water, and you can see the bow wave that it's pushing. The amount of water displaced there is the same weight as the boat and everything in it. So if you can imagine, you have a little boat that weighs 500 pounds and you weigh a couple hundred pounds and your buddy weighs a couple hundred pounds and you have 100 pounds of gear, that's 1,000 pounds of water that boat has to move away from in front of it to move one boat length. And that's a lot of work and that's a lot of problem. And so if we scroll down on this page, what we show here is the problem that it creates in that, can we scroll down? So this creates the problem that with this bow wave, as we see with the tugboat, this bow wave, the faster we go, the bigger this bow wave becomes, and it builds up in front of the boat. It makes it harder and harder for that boat to go faster. And then as the boat tries to go up over the bow wave, the back sinks down, and that makes it again harder to go faster. And so this sinking into the water is a major problem. So look. Are we back again?
It looks like we're having some connectivity issues. We're going to just jump right into the virtual room here with the judges so we can start the Q&A.
Okay. Okay, where are we here?
Terry, how long
I
have
wonder
you
how
been?
much of that you heard.
Yeah, Terry, how long have you been working on this project of creating a sailboat?
15 years. What happened was I built this boat, which we didn't get into. I built the boat in Mexico, in Tampico, Mexico. The idea is that I put two wings on the bottom of the boat.
I think we lost him again.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and give him one more chance to reconnect here. Y'all, sorry, it looks like his internet issues are bugging out.
I keep getting cut out.
Go, Terry.
And so we put the boat in the water, and what happened was the boat was extremely fast. We only had 1.5 inches of draft skimming across the top of the water. And trying to figure out how this boat worked, all of a sudden, bingo, we're at the other side of the Laguna, and we're stuck in the mud. Well, this happened a few times, and so that kind of stopped me until I came to the Startup Texas, and I thought, well, maybe with some help here, I can put this boat back in the water. But I came up with another design. Rather than having the wings going straight down, I have them going out to the side of the boat at a 10-degree down angle. This allows me to sail in about a 3-foot depth of water, which puts me out on Laguna Madre. Now, the thing is here, if I can get this boat in the water and start sailing on Laguna water, these boats, this should do 20.
What's for dinner, Tara?
Get some videos of it, put it on the internet. I'm going to have more boats sold that I know what to do with. But then it goes from building the small boats. This one's 16-footer, building, say, a 25-footer, a 35-footer, a 45-footer. And this whole idea puts sailing into a new perspective. As far as I can see worldwide, there's nothing, no sailboats at all doing this sort of thing, except experimental sailboats. And you can imagine now with this kind of sailboat, you could sail from here to the Yucatan in a day, day and a half, as opposed to 6 or 7 days in a regular sailboat. And so that if you came to this nice Caribbean island with a beautiful beach that you wanted to go on to, you wouldn't have to anchor out at 8 or 10 feet of depth, but you could bring this boat right into the beach. But further than this goes much farther in that this idea, this basic idea, if we can get a grasp of it and start managing it, it goes to other boats, bigger boats, the U.S. Navy, for instance. One of the slides I wish I could show here that shows one of the aircraft carriers at a hard right turn, and that boat is just flipped over on the side, practically making the turn. Well, in that situation, if it was dodging a missile,
all right, y'all, we're going to give Terry one more chance to reconnect here. And if y'all have any questions or that you're ready to ask him, I'd go ahead and just dive right in. He's only got about 4 minutes left of presentation time.
faster, much more maneuverable, we can actually start lifting them in the water. Then another thing that came up recently was the International Maritime Organization is putting together a research and development fund of $5 billion to find ways that they can make all of the big freight ships, the cargo ships, the container ships, the tankers, to make them more efficient, to make them zero emissions. And that says to me that the only way you can make them zero emissions is by sail. But they can't use sail right now because they can't balance the heeling motions of the boats on the sea. If you use wings like this to balance these boats, the big boats, all of a sudden you can start using sail with them. And this brings up a whole new category of boat building. What I see here is that we can take the Brownsville shipping channel from a boat busting and scrapyard into a major boat building port, which starts with a little sailboat that's only 16 foot long. And if we can demonstrate this, this demonstrates the capability, and we go bigger boats and bigger boats. And
all right, y'all, we're going to give Terry one last chance to reconnect here. Hey Terry, looks like we're going to have to wrap this up if you can answer any of the few last questions the judges may have.
okay. I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you at all.
Does anyone have any last minute questions for Terry? All right, well, thank you all. And we're gonna go ahead and move right into our next pitch presentation. This is by Secner Holdings. This is a company that's affiliated with Comercer in Mexico. They're straight from Mexico City, coming here to pitch to us. They're part of the energy sector. They actually work with surface electromagnetic inspection technology. It sounds pretty vast, and I'm gonna go ahead and let them explain more in detail. But without further ado, Secner Holdings from Comercer with Mexico City.
My name is Juan, president of Secner. In 2002, I founded this company. Secner is a company with international operations and the experience of more than 20 years in procurement and maintenance, as well as automation for the instrumentation for the industry and the energy sector, both taking care of the social impact as well as protecting the environment. In 2008, our company was awarded by the U.S. Commercial Service for promoting the commerce between Mexico and U.S. We have a partnership with the Mexican Institute of Petroleum, the owner of the technology teams, licensed by Secner. I want to introduce Jessica Flores, Master in Science in the University of Aberdeen in the UK. She will explain you the technical details of the project.
Our team is conformed by specialists with high experience in the oil and gas industry. Israel Alvarez, he is product developer with more than 15 years of experience. Gonzalo Dominguez, researcher in electronic and technical support by Simvestaff. Antonio Acevedo, he is operation manager with more than 15 years of experience. Juan Acra is an energy sector specialist with more than 20 years of experience in oil and gas industry. Chairman of the Mexican Energy Council, Comercer, since 2015. Based on Bill Gates' Mission Innovation Program, he promotes initiatives to accelerate programs of entrepreneurs, investors, national research centers in universities in both Mexico and in the US. In 2016, Oil and Gas Magazine recognized him as Leader of the Year in Mexico. He had worked as analyst contributor for El Financiero, Bloomberg TV, Reforma, and Milenio newspapers. One of the main existing problems in pipelines is related to the cold damage and corrosion in the buried pipelines which transport oil and gas, which can lead to oil spills or even to cause catastrophes such as explosion that can cause several damage in human lives and also to the environment. Some of these pipelines cannot be inspected due to its localization and because sometimes it's difficult to inspect with conventional technology, for example, in the case of buried pipelines. We are providing a solution with IMPTMs, which is a technology that inspects what others cannot. It has three important characteristics compared to the others in the market. First one, it can reach a pipeline depth inspected up to 55 feet. Also, it can have an anomaly detection with accuracy equal than 1 cubic feet. Moreover, it can inspect the selected pipelines that are into a group of others. And this is other characteristic that other technologies don't have. For this inspection, it's not necessary that we stop the operation for transport or production in oil and gas, so we don't have these economic losses while the pipeline is inspected. DCVG is our main competitor. It's well known internationally by the inspection industry and certified by the international NASA standards. Compared to this technology, we can inspect a pipeline depth up to 65 feet, where this technology also can reach 10 feet depth. It can also assess soil resistivity and assessment of corrosion activity. And moreover, we can detect any branch of the pipeline, while this DCVG technology cannot. Our target market in the US is around 95 miles, while only in Texas we have a crude oil pipeline of 40,000 miles. We want to reach a 5% of this market, which is around 2 miles. It's important to mention that crude oil pipelines are not exclusive for this technology, so it can be applied to any anti-corrosion coating inspection pipeline. Our impact economically, it has saved to Pemex approximately $34 million per year in pipeline maintenance. We also have environmental impacts when leakages reduction, flora and fauna preservation to keep population safe around pipelines, and risk reductions for aquifers contamination. If we win this project, we will generate 4 direct full-time jobs, 5 direct jobs for inspection event, 10 indirect jobs for in pipeline maintenance, and also taxes for Brownsville Head Quaker for North America sales and services. Our partners are Pemex, Comenair, the Secretary of Energy, the Mexican Petroleum Institute, the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, the CONACYT Council of National Technology and Science, and El Energy International. Our technology has a strong background since 2001, when it started as a research and development project. From 2009 and 2013, it was the first version where it was tested in the Mexican market. From 2015 and 2018, we had a second version with operational improvement and also tested in Texas. This technology has patents in USA, Mexico, and Canada, and also it was granted 2 ADIAT awards, which are related to innovation of technology in Mexico. We want to reach the US market and Canada from 2020 to 2025. This pipeline inspection technology has been tested in Texas with Energy Transfer and also with partnership with Next Area Energy, Sunoco Logistics in the areas of Corpus Christi, Beaumont, and Cotulla with very positive results. If we get these funds for the Startup Texas, here is a detail of what are we going to invest these funds, with a total investment of $25,000. Our service capacity is projected from 1 kit equipment to 10 kit equipments, and to reach annual incomes of $6 million per year. We are asking for customers, owners of pipelines that require coating inspection services, and we provide 2 options. One for market penetrations with 2 equipment kits with an investment of $200,000 and 8% of royalties. And also another proposal is for market expansion with 10 kit equipment, providing $700,000 and royalties for negotiation with a rate of investment of 15%. We would like to thank you for your time and also for being part of the test finalists for this context as a Startup Texas. Thank you.
Y desde YouTube no se puede escuchar nada.
¿Es eso?
Pero le pusieron, pero sí ya está desfasado.
For your presentation, we are now in the Q&A section. We might have some technical connectivity issues simply because our folks and friends over at SECNER are transmitting live from Mexico City. So if we do have some interruptions on the connection, just bear with us for a bit, be patient. But judges, if you all have any questions regarding SecNet Holdings presentation, now's the time to do so.
Could you repeat again? I'll start. On the technology, I'm a little confused. Is it a camera that's used to do these inspections? Is that the technology? No.
Que está confundida con la tecnología que sí es.
No, no. SecNet is the company who
SecNet, just for bandwidth and connectivity purposes, do you mind shutting off the video and leaving the audio on so you can listen to the judges' questions and answer without any disruption to the connection? Once more, SecNet, if you can disconnect the video and just leave the audio on, just to help resolve some of the connectivity issues that you're experiencing at the moment. All right, looks like we're still having connectivity issues with our friends over at SecNet. That's okay. We are having them connect live from Mexico City. What we're going to go ahead and do is we'll have them in during the evaluation period. So any questions that the judges may have, they can ask SecNet directly during that period. So for now, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next presenter. Now, it's very exciting to see that we're getting all this interest from Mexico City, from folks that want to relocate and expand into Brownsville, Texas, especially from the energy sector. But going back and just trying to hone in a little bit on a different industry, we have a very special entrepreneur who has actually made it to the Forbes magazine publication and has been recognized for a lifestyle brand of Latino empowerment. We've actually had celebrities who have actually worn some of her products and purchased some of her products, such as Jessica Alba, as one of the recent ones who was portrayed in Instagram for wearing one of these pieces. Jen Ziano and her partner are here to give a presentation on JZD Designs, a Latina-owned and operated lifestyle brand with a mission to create products that are inclusive and closes the representation gap for people of color. JZD, your time's done.
Hello everybody, my name is Jennifer. I'm an immigrant to the US and I'm one of the founders of Jen Ziano Designs, better known as JZD. We are a Latina empowerment lifestyle brand working on creating products to close the representation gap for people of color, specifically for our Latinx community. Our products range anywhere from graphic tees like the shirt that I'm wearing today, to jewelry and even drinkware. Now I want to paint you a picture. You're trying to find the perfect gift for your Latina girlfriend, your wife, your sister, your mom, and you go to stores like Target, Nordstrom, or Dillard's. Now you're walking the shelves and you know that you're trying to find a product that's going to make them feel represented, seen, and like it's a product that was designed specifically for them. but you walk in the shelves and you don't find anything. You know that there is no product on those shelves that is going to make them feel excited, seen, and pretty much like that item was made specifically for them. Enters JZD. We are so much more than a t-shirt company. We are a brand that is a movement. We are creating products that make our customers feel represented, seen. It gives them the opportunity to give back to their community, such as, just to give you an example, a couple of weeks ago, we donated over $1,500 through proceeds from this shirt because our customers were donating $5 from every order that came in. We're also creating products that make them feel empowered. Now, I know we're not supposed to read strictly from our slides, but I really want to take a moment to read an email that we received a couple of weeks ago. This email came from one of our customers named Andrea after she purchased a mirror decal that was worth $10. Now, this email is the exact reason why we started this brand, and it is who we are at our core. Let me read you this email really quick. The email reads, "Hi, I'm so happy I found your small shop. I am a Latina myself and love supporting other Latinx where I can. A little backstory to the sticker purchase. I was born and raised in Laredo, Texas, but for the last 7 years, I had been living in North Carolina. I recently moved back to Texas to pursue a legal education. I graduated college in December of 2016, right after the presidential election, and decided to use my bilingual tongue in aiding immigration attorneys fight the good fight. I loved it. As a citizen but first-generation American, I felt it was my responsibility to give back to a community that raised me. I stayed for 3 years helping in immigration cases before I decided that I was smart enough to be the lawyer and not just the paralegal. So aquí estoy, si se pudo. I just finished my first year during this pandemic, yikes, and I'm putting this decal on my vanity to remind myself every morning that I am capable. Law school is intimidating. There are so many smart and brilliant people. Some days my imposter syndrome gets the best of me. Sometimes my anxiety gets the best of me, but I am more than that. I am 26, and although I am slightly older than the typical 22-year-old law student, I am so grateful for the journey that brought me here back to my roots. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you the backstory to why I bought this sticker, and although I do not have a lot of money to splurge on your other products right now, I want you to know that I will continue purchasing from your shop. I love everything about it. Un abrazo. Andrea." Now, this is exactly who we are and why we do what we do. Now I'd like to show you a closer look at our website and some of our best-selling products. Below you will see a product that we just added about 2 months ago, and that is our hoop earrings and our jewelry. Our customers absolutely love to wear this jewelry because it makes them feel represented and it empowers them. Below you'll also see some of our best-selling tees, and most importantly, how we adapt to the global pandemic, which is the Cozy at Home collection that our customers are loving. Now let's talk about how we actually make money. We currently have 7 streams of revenue. Our biggest one and our most important one is our e-commerce website. Then we have our products available in 2 different marketplaces, which are Etsy and Shop Latinx. And then we have our wholesale platform, so we wholesale our products so that they are available in brick and mortar locations for people that aren't as comfortable shopping online, although that is quickly changing because of this global pandemic. And then finally, we have our products available in drop shipping websites owned by other women like Radical Girl Gang and Show Society. Now, these websites feature women of color and women-owned businesses, so we thrive in all of these platforms. We've been in business for 4 years. Our first year was trial and error, so it's definitely our smallest year revenue-wise, but ever since then, we have continued to grow. In fact, this year, we are on track to double our sales from last year. Now, I want to make a quick little note. When I entered this pitch competition, I entered on the theory that if we created more products, different products from the ones we were creating, I would be able to increase our average order value and therefore increase our annual revenue. That is true. In less than 2 months, we have added 3 new products, and that has already increased our average order value by 24%. And we've made almost more in 6 months this year than we made all of last year. Now, I know that if we continue to increase our product line, then our average order will continue to increase and our annual revenue will too. Now, let's talk about our market. The Latinx population has a $1.7 trillion purchasing power. That is huge. And 90% of millennials and Gen Z prefer to buy from products that align with their values. Here's the thing. Shopping is activism. 87% of the Latino population says that they will buy from companies if they are giving back to their community. Niche equals money. And the fact that we are a small business is a strength for us, and I'm going to tell you why. Big corporations like Target and Nordstrom are paying millions of dollars to get data from our communities. They want to know where they want to spend their money, what kind of products they want, and when they want them. We have that information because for the 4 years that we have been in business, we have been growing our community and our social media channels. Now, the people that follow us on social media are not just our followers. We see them as our friends, and we talk to them as such. They slide into our DMs, they send us messages and emails, and they tell us exactly what product they want, what color they want, specifics. We have that information. We don't have to pay millions of dollars like big corporations are doing to get this information, and that makes us so valuable. Our community is becoming so aware of where they spend their money and the fact that money is power. They are voting with their dollars, and they are researching POC-owned businesses, and they rather not support big corporations, and instead they prefer to shop from women-owned businesses, specifically women of color-owned businesses, and this is why niche businesses are thriving just like us. Now let's talk about our growth strategy. We are working on finding new customers, keeping our customers, and maintaining them really happy. We're doing this through 3 things. We are focusing on our social media marketing. Although we don't have a lot of marketing dollars yet, we know that that's a valuable insight, and we're creating organic content and following organic growth. We are keeping our customers through live chat, and then of course we are offering them different types of ways to pay, such as Sezzle and Afterpay. Now if you don't know what Sezzle and Afterpay is, it's pretty much a system that lets you give a payment in 4 payments rather than 1. They don't have a credit check, so it makes it super easy for younger generations that haven't built a credit yet to shop from us. And we are keeping and finding and maintaining our customers by being diverse and authentic. We are specifically focusing on making our community feel seen. Now, we all know the Latinx community isn't one color, isn't one shape, or one size, and we are making sure to include everybody so that they all feel seen when shopping from us. This has led us to being featured in magazines and website articles like Forbes, Glamour, Parents Latina, amongst many others, and our products have been seen on celebrities like Jessica Alba, Zoe Saldana, America Ferrera, and Diane Guerrero. Now, we are here today to ask you for a grant for $20,000 that will allow us to continue to grow our business. We're going to do this by increasing our product line, therefore increasing our average order value, and therefore increasing our annual revenue. Our biggest goal is to be able to hire people within our community to create a fun, representative, authentic workplace in Brownsville, Texas. Thank you for your time.
All right, looks like we're getting Jen's video feed here connected. We can get started with some questions. There we go.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. My first question is, and I don't know if I heard you correctly, did you say that your business had doubled in the last 6 months?
Yes. It has. In the past, from January through now, we have made almost as much as we made all of last year. So we are anticipating and projecting that by the end of the year, we will have doubled our annual revenue.
Do you think that this is because of the new products, or do you think that COVID is pushing people online?
It's definitely been a combination of things. The first thing is that we have been able to increase our average order value by 24%. So that has obviously increased our annual revenue. Also, COVID has definitely had an impact in online shopping, and we quickly adjusted when we realized that we were going to be going into quarantine. We started to develop products that people were going to want to use while they were at home. So we switched from creating just shirts to making sweatshirts and sweatpants because that's what was going to be in demand. And then last year, we also had a couple of partnerships that really helped us to gain our social media following, like getting celebrities to wear our product, that definitely influenced and put us to have a bigger customer base.
And I have one more question. Do you, I assume that everything that you sell are your designs?
Yes, we design and print everything.
And that's done locally?
Yes, we do everything in Brownsville.
Wow.
We actually print, so I design everything, and then my partner does the printing, and currently we have everything in our home so that we can keep operating while we can't go out because of quarantine.
Very impressive. I logged on to your Instagram account earlier today, and so yeah, very impressive.
Thank you so much.
Quick question. What have you raised in outside funding, if anything, to grow this business?
Nothing. We have 100% bootstrap the entire time. I started the business back in 2016 with $200 because that's all the money I had. And I invested that money to make one product. And then as I made the money back, I just put it right back in. And that's how I've been able to add products little by little, just from our own earnings.
Have you considered raising growth capital? It feels like you're being artificially constrained.
Definitely. I have to be completely honest. I don't have a background in business. I have a degree in psychology, and my partner has a degree in paralegal studies. This was just a business that I started because I wanted to do something that felt like my calling. And when I created the Latina Power shirt, that shirt really catapulted the entire business. And that's when we realized that our community was really craving that representation. And that's what really has driven me the entire time. And it's all been a learning process. So definitely we have considered raising more capital, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. One of our biggest goals with raising capital would be to bring people on board, because right now we're currently working 18-hour days sometimes just to keep up with our orders, especially right now during quarantine, because normally my parents would come in and help me, but because of the whole quarantine situation, it's just my partner and I. So that would be one of our ultimate goals, to be able to bring people on board to help us running the business, and also bring people on board that can help us grow like our wholesale channel and our partnerships so that we can keep on increasing our annual revenue.
And how are you guys protecting your trademarks and your logos and your branding as you continue to roll out new products?
So to be completely honest, it's incredibly hard. I can't physically and mentally like protect every single design, because one, it would be expensive, because hiring an attorney and sending out those cease and desist letters is time consuming and money. So there's actually no way for me to be able to stop other people from copying. However, we are focusing on that target market of people that are buying from POC-owned businesses and people that are really wanting to vote with their dollars. And that market is huge right now, especially because of the political situation and everything that is happening in our world. Our target customer is really taking the time to research those things, and they rather support us than, for example, Shein, who is selling currently a knockoff of our product for $8. But they're not going there. They're buying from us.
That's amazing. A great presentation. Really interesting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. I have a quick question. So I love the presentation. Love what you guys are doing. Love the traction.
Thank you.
Who would you bring on as soon as you got the money? Or what would be your first hire?
So I've thought about this a lot, and I'm honestly torn in between two people. Bringing on a wholesale manager, somebody that will help us land bigger accounts so that we can increase our money. And I think that's where I'm leaning towards, because if I bring in a wholesale person that's able to help us increase our annual revenue by landing more wholesale accounts, then I'll be able to have money to hire somebody to actually help us with like labor, which is something that is holding us back, because we can only print and pack as fast as 4 hands can do it. So that's our plan.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you to Genziano Designs for such a great presentation. You know, at the BCIC, we love to talk about how we're so focused on investing in the human capital of our community. And Jen, having been part of a Brownsvillian herself, is just another great example of how we're looking at the people who are doing great things in our city and doing all that we can to support them. Speaking of, I'd like to go ahead and segue into our next presentation with Slider Industries. Slider Industries is a future semiconductor foundry being built right here in Brownsville. Without further ado, Slider Industries. Thanks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miguel Eduardo Chaires. Today we have Mr. Lázaro Lopez Mendez, and hopefully for the Q&A, Mr. Francisco Santillan. We are Slider Industries. Now, there is a demand for the global industry is moving towards a fabless model. Now, what is fabless? Fabless is companies that used to manufacture their own wafers, and they used to manufacture their own microchips and devices. They're now realizing that it's actually more cheap to have someone else do that work. And so what we're trying to do is that we're trying to create a foundry to meet that need, that demand. Now, what is the solution? We hope to establish a fully operational wafer foundry to meet that industrial need. And we hope to drive high quality manufacturing at lower costs and options for international export. Now, who we are. Slider Industries is to be a new advanced manufacturing company based here in Brownsville, Texas. That's our website. You can follow us if you'd like. What we do. We're expected to be an operational foundry by spring of 2022. We're hoping to manufacture silicon ingots and wafers for the semiconductor industry.
The semiconductor industry, which we want to make Brownsville part of, is in turn the driving force behind the wider electronic industry, with a revenue of $53.8 billion in the US and a global of more than $500 billion. And with technology rising, we can only expect this to go up and up and up. We have an annual growth expected of 2.1% according to IB's world record. And you see on the table, on the first table on the top, that's how it's divided. The major market players, Micron Technology, Texas Instruments, and Samsung Electronics, they have combined around 70% of this market. The 30% other market, it's the niche that we're trying to aim. This 30% is of small to large companies such as NVIDIA and Qualcomm, and small companies such as startups. If you can see on the table on the bottom, that's the money raised among 1999 to 2020. But if you see with detail, from 2010 to 2020, the companies, the startup companies have been increasing, and that's the niche market that we want to play. As my partner already mentioned, some companies, they already have their wafer foundries, but we're going to aim to the niche, to the small startups that they don't have necessary funds to develop a wafer foundry, so that will be the market that will be selling our product, the small startup companies. This is the team. We will be structured as a limited liability company. Lázaro Lopez, the CFO, Miguel Chaires, the CEO, and Francisco Santillan, the CTO. We are all experienced and have some industry experience.
Now, at a glance, we will be the first of its kind in the Rio Grande Valley and Brownsville. We also hope to inspire others to bring forth like new methods of technology, more advanced manufacturing to the region, because that's very important for the growth of this city and the region as a whole. Our company will generate 5 full-time jobs during its initial phase of operations in Brownsville, and we hope to upscale in the future with an established research and development division, advanced wafer fabrication techniques, and hopefully chip and microelectronics manufacturing. That way we can fully meet that industry need. We will also generate multiple jobs and careers across various disciplines, and we hope to hire primarily locally students out of vocational technical schools and the university, the local university for engineers. Now, what is our competitive advantage? Well, we have high quality manufacturing at lower rates due to lower electricity costs, lower rent costs here within the city. It's also perfectly located near the Port of Brownsville and the border for international trade if need be. Now, sales plan. So our first year, we will focus on the manufacturing and the exporting of ingots. Ingots will range in diameter from 50 millimeter to 300 millimeter. Average price that we used to develop our sales plan was $100 per kilogram for resale. The cost of goods sold will average about 20% of the total sales, and projections in annual sales will reach 1.08 million in year 1 of successful operations. Now, the use of the Startup Texas Award, we hope to use, we're aiming for the grand prize of $20,000, we hope to use it as collateral to apply for a small business loan, small business administration loan. We hope to use that loan to purchase equipment and other office supplies, which is complementary equipment, such as the Silicon Easy machine. The Silicon Easy machine is a Czochralski crystal grower. It's been used in the industry, and we could source one out and use it and hopefully purchase more or more advanced crystal growing machines. Now we can start making those ingots and start making the actual wafers themselves. That way we can start meeting a lot of the market needs. Now, I want to thank you guys for giving us time. I think we will be opening up to a question and answering. And thank you.
Thank you, Slider, for that awesome presentation. As we all know, we are now in our Q&A session. Judges, if you have any questions for our presenters, please feel free to ask them now. Our presenters are now ready to answer any questions.
I guess I'd like to go first. I'm part of the company, and I just want to correct, our company name is Silder Industries. We made the presentation a little bit short as we were worried about like time constraints. You know, like given a 10-minute pitch and then having so much information that you want to put, we were timing ourselves initially, and we were capping out at like 20 minutes. And so we were like, oh man, we have to like shorten this down. And we did like 1 or 2 runs, and we got it down to like about 6 minutes. Now, granted, there's a lot of information that we'd like to put on there, more modeling, more sales information, how we calculated a lot of the final prices that we came up with. But that's that's what we were. That's what we put on there. So if you guys have any questions, me and Lázaro and I would love to answer them.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Can you explain how you intend on differentiating from the facilities that are already within, you know, the legacy manufacturers of this? Do you compete in any long-term competitive way to create a moat?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, let me rephrase. What's the biggest advantage of your process versus what others are already doing?
So here's the thing. A lot of the processes for silicon manufacturing hasn't changed since the 70s. Much of the stuff that has actually changed is in terms of quantity size. So now you can print, no, not print, but now we can manufacture silicon ingots that are up to like 300 millimeters in width. And so once you start slicing that up into wafers, you actually get a larger volume for once you get into the actual like chip manufacturing phase. So there hasn't been much progress in terms of like how like wafers are manufactured. A lot of the stuff that does go into it is different doping concentrations. So if you want your wafer to be more intrinsic or extrinsic, then you go about doing that by adding different types of materials such as boron and phosphorus. But that's more for customer base. So it's in reality what the customer wants, and what the customer wants is what the customer gets.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry, Tara, I wasn't able to.
Hello, Tara, you're actually muted right now. If you can just repeat your question one more time, please.
I didn't. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, excellent.
The question's about production.
Yeah.
It sounds like a complex process. Maybe it's not, but it sounds as if it is. And so I'm wondering, one, how long it would take to actually begin producing the Ignits?
So production-wise, once you get the machine up and running, it takes about 36 to 48 hours to manufacture a full-size ingot. So full-size ingot is about 300 millimeters by 1,200 millimeters in length and width. From there, we could keep the machine running on and be creating as many ingots as we possibly need, as long as we have the raw material to get that. Now, for raw material imports and exports, we can import and export from any source in the world, so that allows us to also keep like prices down, so we can find the best supplier that will give us a good 99.9% silicon percentage, and just keep it nice and steady for the consumer, basically.
And since you're here, I have another question. I'm just so curious. How do the customers find you? You're two guys in deep South Texas. So I guess I'm confused a little on that. How you find your
now. Here's one of the beautiful things about Texas. Texas is where a lot of the stuff, like Bell Labs. No, Bell Labs was somewhere else, but Texas is very big on semiconductors, especially in the Dallas, San Antonio, Austin region.
Mm-hmm.
So we just have to get our name out there with terms of marketing. And I'm pretty sure one of the driving factors, especially in this industry, is lower cost. So our price compared to other prices, maybe if you get there's really not that many independent foundries here in the state of Texas. The ones that are owned by other companies half a continent away. So the nearest independent foundry that we could find was in Colorado, and those guys are selling their wafers for 700 per an order of 25. We could sell that for 500 or less, and we could even do competitive pricing for universities and research labs. So we could sell an order of 25 wafers, maybe at a 4-inch diameter, at a price of maybe 100 to 200, and word spreads between different research labs. So we actually reached out to the local university here, UTRGV, and we reached out to the electrical engineering department because, well, I'm an electrical engineering student, and I know that we do some basic chip manufacturing here, chip testing. So they get the wafer and then they grow a circuit on it. So there's also a market here, in the valley, and then from there it's just a way of going up.
And how many jobs do you think it would create?
Oh, well, for starting right now, we're getting 5 technicians to run 1 machine. We're planning to run more machines. So if you have 14 machines, and that's just the crystal grower. If you get 5 technicians per machine, and that's just the crystal growing, like I said, once we start producing wafers themselves, you need the actual machines that grind it, that cut it, that make sure it's nice and polished. You need more technicians for that. And so we want to be able to be a force that'll try to get a lot of the community colleges involved as well. That way they can start getting technicians trained for this kind of industry. Because it's something big and it'll blow up eventually. You just need to invest the money. Silicon is very sound. Silicon is extremely sound. It's a very sturdy business. You just need to get the money pumped into it, and then from there you'll get a great return of investment.
Very interesting.
Also, if I can add one to your question, Tara, we contacted through a mentor that we have, and he asked for people that he knows in Austin and in the Houston area. And as you may know, Austin is one of it's considered like the mini Silicon Valley of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And they ask a way around the startups that you mentioned. We have around 300 startups, semiconductor startup, that they have the need of a silicon wafer foundry that it's independent, that it's not from Samsung or it's not from the big brand names companies. And as we mentioned, as Mike is mentioning, if we can reduce the price for 100 in each batch that they're consuming, work can be spread. And in Austin, we have that is a very close niche market that we may have. And in shipping wise, it's just 6 hours away. So that will be one competitive advantage. And if we start with the university or with Austin startup companies, then the name goes on and on and on.
Very interesting.
I had a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You mentioned that there's that many factories. I'm not too familiar with the businesses, but I do know that there's very expensive upfront costs, and also to maintain them.
Yes.
High technology required from a human standpoint to technical standpoints and whatnot. So I know that's one of the reasons why you don't find that many, right? Because it's not hard to really run these businesses, right? You have to have a high level of sophistication, a good network. And so I'm interested in seeing how you would approach that. I've only been hearing more of a pricing strategy, and in some instances, Richard alluded to it a little bit, of how you can create a moat right around your business to have a competitive advantage. And I don't know, I just wanted to hear if just your pricing was going to be your competitive advantage, because if that's the case, then the bigger players can easily drop pricing and maybe squeeze you out.
Yeah, so a lot of the bigger semiconductor foundries, a lot of cost goes into the maintenance. So roughly calculated, it was about close to 500 grand in terms of maintenance that was going around. And for our first year, in terms of our calculations, we managed to make about $300,000 in terms of like the actual profit once it was done. But that was just for ingot sales. Granted, once we have more machines, obviously you are going to have more. You are going to have more product that you can sell. But yes, there is those factors that need to be taken into consideration. Once you start expanding to the point where you can operate like more machines, you could actually leverage how much like the cost of maintenance could be, and there's multiple factors. Also, like electricity is a big one. You know, these machines are these huge, like 1 kV like lines that require, you know, electricity is probably one of the bigger killers for operations like these. We also started looking into solar. You know, there are options available on how to mitigate these issues. So that way we can ensure that we can actually stay afloat. I mean, where I work, we have like a huge solar farm, and like we're powering like an entire site from it. So, you know, we can like you can boost up to like 1 kV or more kV if you need to. You just need to have the technical know-how and work with the right people as well to get that afloat. But
thank you, Slider Technologies, for the answering of the questions. I'm sorry to interject, but we have to go on and move on to our next presenter. And just before we present our last finalist, I just want to thank you all for taking the time to view this presentation from home. Our judges, our finalists who have been patiently waiting. We're actually approaching our last finalist, which means that for the viewers that are out there right now taking a look at this broadcast, don't forget to use the number that's on the screen. It's 956-382-7004, so you can text for the Community Choice Award. Remember, you can text the business name, business venture, business pitch using that number so that we can go ahead and tally them up. Again, that number is 956-382-7004. Now, our next presenter is from Monterrey, Nuevo León, Mexico. And they've actually developed, they're in the food industry and manufacturing industry, and they've developed a way to refine the process of nopal so that we can use it in a variety of products out there. Now, we're very excited to present this upcoming industry, this upcoming venture here for the community of Brownsville, Texas. They're looking to expand, relocate, and they're ready to present right now. Without further ado, this is Cactus.
We're with LGI Foods Inc. LGI stands for Low Glycemic Index, and we're here with our product called Cactus. It is nopal cactus powder that is 100% pure. Several years ago, nopal cactus started getting a lot of media and press attention, and here are some of the articles describing the wonderful benefits of this miraculous plant. The problem? A modern diet. Poor nutrition is a way of life. There are no real diabetes prevention ingredients, and there are over 50% of US adults that are either diabetic or pre-diabetic, and some of them are not even aware of it. This costs the US economy $327 billion every year. 70% of this is in direct medical costs, and 30% of this is in productivity costs.
Solution: food as medicine. It has been known for many years that several food prevents and controls sickness like citrus fruit, scurvy, whole brown rice, beriberi, and nopal does the same thing with diabetes.
Nopal cactus has been used in Mexican folk medicine for centuries. We created a novel process to turn it into a powder without it losing its medicinal properties. This new powder can be used as an ingredient in smoothies or juices, or as an ingredient in the food industry. It would be enhancing regular products such as bakery and snack products, adding ancestral health benefits. We have our nopal pads. We use our secret process, and we turn it into a concentrated powder. This makes nopal cactus the new ancient superfood. This is a healthier raw material that is high in fiber, high in calcium. It is fat absorbing, has anti-inflammatory properties, low calorie, and of course a low glycemic index. Aside from all the media attention it has been getting in the last few years, nopal has become quite a rock star in supermarket shelves, both in Mexico and the United States. In both sides of the border, there are different companies, all sizes. Some of them are startups, and some of them include huge names such as PepsiCo and Bimbo that have been incorporating this ingredient, nopal, into their products and creating healthier alternatives for consumers. Tia Lupita is one of our clients, which uses Cactus to make their grainless tortilla chips and tortillas that are sold in the United States, in Whole Foods Central Market, among others. The thing is, not all nopal powders are created equal. Although there are a ton of products using nopal powder as one of their ingredients, not all of the powders are the same. Our competitors use other flours or fillers in order to dilute the cactus powder and make it cheaper and reducing the health benefits that it naturally has. They know that cactus brings, healthier options to the table, but they're not using the product as they should be, in their pure, most natural form. Our team is comprised of Regina, me, I'm the growth officer, and Jose Garza, who's my father and the CEO. And we have a very, very trusted team of advisors in Mexico, the United States, and South America that they've helped us get where we are right now. They've helped us grow with their advice and mentorship, and we're really thankful for all of them. We started this company over 15 years ago, and we have been selling nopal snacks, just like the ones you're seeing in these pictures, in H-E-B in Mexico, in Oxxo, which is a huge chain of convenience stores in Mexico.
Why us? Because we have over 15 years experience in this industry. We have planted in our own orchard over 70 acres of 5 different species of nopal and varieties. We have developed also our own process, our own technology, and our own products by ourselves. And we have done research in the antioxidant content of nopal, its glycemic index, which happens to be the lowest in nature, and also its relationship with diabetes.
This exactly brings us as to why establish our operations in the U.S. in the Rio Grande Valley. Well, first of all, the valley has a huge diabetes population. Most of it is Mexican American, so introducing nopal to this demographic group wouldn't be as difficult because they already have heard of it or tried it. In the future, we want to have a cactus orchard in the valley so the climate is optimal, and we found a great soft landing program that helped us get there. This is the CDC diabetes chart on Texas and specifically the valley for the last years. As you can see, this is a huge problem that needs to be taken care of. Our target market, the U.S. supplement market is worth $40 billion. The raw material supplement market is $5 billion, and we are planning to tackle $1.5 million of this raw material market.
Our impact. Food and Agriculture Organization from the UN recommends nopal as the crop for the future. Why? Because it adapts and fights climate change. It also needs a very limited amount of water to develop. That's why we think this is great for the Rio Grande Valley. New opportunities for farmers and economic development is something that we're going to see. But our main impact is going to be with our consumers. We have made a qualitative study in Mexico in which we gave nopal tortillas to several patients, diabetic patients, for several weeks. All of them reduced significantly the sugar blood level, but one of them was scheduled to have a leg amputation and he was discharged. The nice thing about all this is that food was the medicine.
We have a list of waiting customers in the United States and Mexico. Tia Lupita, a California-based food company, is expanding its product lines that use cactus already as an ingredient, so they are asking for an increased volume. HEB in Texas is interested in our snack products, and as well as Bimbo and Gruma, which is Mission Foods' parent company, in both of them in Mexico, are interested in working with us in the near future.
We have several competitive advantages. Since we control our own supply and have a lot of experience in this industry, we have made 100% pure nopal product that can be used as a raw material to make different kinds of products without affecting the eating habits of our consumer. For example, if a consumer wants to have a pizza, he will be having a pizza, but it's going to be a healthier pizza crust because we will be adding nopal. If he wants to have a tortilla, yes, he will be having the same tortilla, but in a healthier way because it will be having nopal. Same thing with breading, chicken breading. The same thing can be done in many, many other products.
We have great allies in both sides of the border that have helped us get where we are and shaped us in some way. We're thankful for the advice and help we've gotten from them along the years. The Startup Texas grant would be divided in two different areas. $15,000 would be invested in increasing our Amazon and US sales, generating $100,000 in sales, and of course tax dollars for Brownsville, where we are already established. And the other $5,000 would be dedicated to finding a partner, a university that would be willing to partner with us to make the tests that we have done in Mexico, but in the US. We are currently talking to 2 universities in Texas and 1 in California. To make the tests that we have done in Mexico, but in the US. We are currently talking to 2 universities in Texas and 1 in California.
Excellent. Awesome presentation, Cactus. Right now, as we all know, this is the Q&A section. Judges, I hope you enjoyed that presentation. Hope you guys have questions. Right now is the time to answer to the presenters. And time is yours.
Yeah, I want to tell you that being in healthcare, I love your idea. And I think it's a good one for our community. And you touched the nerve right here, because we see a lot of diabetes, and I think this would be really good. Congratulations, very good idea. And it seems like you've already made inroads with retailers that would buy your product. I just wanted to understand, where are you with approvals? Do you need FDA approvals on your product? Have you already gotten those? Or is there any kind of approvals that you need to be able to market this in the grocery stores and like you were saying, smoothie places and such?
Okay, thank you for your question and kind words. The thing with superfoods, just like, berries, acai, flaxseed, they just have anecdotal cases. For example, moringa has been used in whatever place in Africa and has, these health benefits, but none of them have really, made a partnership with a university or a lab that can say, okay, this food will do X and Y thing, right? So we did that. We did those tests in Mexico regarding diabetes. And we are looking for a university or a partner in the United States so we can market our product that way. Not just as a superfood, but a superfood with proven health benefits.
A proven superfood.
A proven superfood.
So you don't need any kind of approvals to sell this?
We're not looking for a medicine. We want food to be the medicine. I mean,
okay.
Food is the poison. Food is the poison, so food has to be the medicine. The sugar, the sugar level of our diet is the poison. It is ridiculous that if you want to poison people, you don't have to have a permit. But if you want to prevent it, you have all kinds of problems. But we want a food. We want food.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I understand that you're currently selling your product in the United States?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I
Yes. In California and in Amazon and several other places. Yes.
And mine is a statement. I loved reading your proposal. I love the father-daughter concept of a company.
Thank you.
And I just think that you've nailed it on so many fronts. It's truly, farm to table, and this is exciting.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I totally agree. Really interesting idea. Are you hoping to partner with nutraceutical companies in the United States to push outside of retail? I mean, obviously food is great, but there's also the entire world of dietary supplements, right? Which is also outside the FDA's purview. So it's kind of a perfect complement. So have you guys started thinking about that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we can, yes, actually, that's the kind of partner that we'd like. And I'm delighted to hear that somebody in the Valley knows about nutraceuticals. I mean, which is very, very difficult to find. And, nutraceutical is exactly, Nopal is a typical nutraceutical, a unique nutraceutical. Yes, we would like to partner and develop products with other companies, yes. I mean, we heard just the beer guy presentation, so enthusiastic. We can make a Nopal beer. And, if we have a Nopal beer, just think about it. I mean, with medicinal, it can prevent hangover. Just think about it. It does. Look at it. It does. it has anti-inflammatory properties. And you think, you know, a guy with an idea of having a beer factory in Brownsville with such a product, that'll be great. Yeah, we're looking for it. Yes.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
I know you guys are established here, Regina, right, in Brownsville.
Yes.
As far as your operations, I know we've talked in the past. Congratulations, by the way, again. Like everybody else, I love y'all's product, the company. But I wanted to see, kind of prying to the future a little bit, what are the plans to bring the operations to Brownsville from Monterrey, or continue over there, do a hybrid model? What are your plans?
Yeah. Well, we would like to have a plant in the valley. We would like also to develop the agriculture production in the valley. I think it's exactly what the valley needs. I mean, low water requirements and a high profit, because if you compare it like with sugarcane, that needs a lot of water, and the sugarcane grower needs to, as a government subsidy, just to survive or keep working. I mean, we were not looking for anything like that, and we can beat and be a lot more profitable than normal crops. But there is a need to develop technology. I mean, we have to develop technology like
Thorn removal.
Thorn removal. Instead of being manual, we cannot make it having manual in a manual way in the United States. So the first thing is we develop the technology and also the production, the agriculture technology in the field. And yeah, it's going to be great.
And you suggested the hybrid model. I think that would be a good idea. We could have, you know, operations, some there, some here in Mexico, and would be creating jobs on both sides of the border. So I think a hybrid could work.
Yeah.
Any proprietary, patented technology, anything, processes that you guys can defend?
Yeah, we have asked for several patents in Mexico and in the United States, but we didn't pursue it. After, you know, spending a lot of money in legal services in the United States, we realized that our main secret is how we make our product. Yeah, if you remember, not all cactus power are the same, and our process is unique. And actually, just about 2-3 months ago, during the pandemic, we increased we improve our product. We have a better product than we had in that January. Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah.
Last question, really quick, on sales. How are your sales right now? Can you keep up with production? I just kind of wanted to piece that together. Or do you have a lot? Or how are your sales right now in regards to like production and so forth? Can you keep up with your pace? Do you see that a need here in the near future to expand operations? You know, money-wise, how does that look?
Sí. Okay, our last year in the US, we sold $15,000 the whole year, and now we are, well, last June that we made like the half a year cut, we were in 20,000. So we're expecting this year to close kind of higher. The pandemic, ironically, I think helped us in that sense. And in Mexico, we've been doing around 300,000 for the past
for the past several years, depending on the the peso and dollar fluctuation. But yeah, but production production right now is now going to be our main problem. We have enough production capacity to increase to several times what we are making now. What we may see as a supply a problem if we go to the United States, is going to be supply. So, but now the best thing for us is to stay here in Mexico and develop the technology to go there. It is also very, very cheaper to develop technology in Mexico than in the United States. So we're taking advantage of the two countries right now.
Thank you, guys, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome work, Cactus team, and judges as well. I am proud to say that our lines are officially closed, so no more texting. We're going to start tallying up. We're actually going to go to an extended commercial break right after this segment because we're going to start our evaluation period with the judges. So please enjoy some of the advertisement that our partners and sponsors have provided and a couple of B-roll footage that we've actually captured for this event. And we look forward to announcing the finalist winners after the commercial break. So if you're watching this right now, make sure you share the video link so that people that were either streaming or watching it online in the very beginning or saw their favorite business venture, let them know that we're going to announce the finalists right after the commercial break. So just stay tuned, and we're looking forward to make that announcement right now.
Yeah, is that it only has like one group? I don't know.
No, at the bottom, Carol.
You have the tabs on the bottom.
Got it. Okay.
Hello, team. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
I know that you all are probably tired or more tired than we are. I cannot stress enough and thank you guys for the time that you've taken to be judging and evaluating. I know that there was a Google spreadsheet where you all would submit your evaluations. For those who haven't done it,
economy would be one of the largest.
Feel free to just let us know who your 5 winners are, and we'll go ahead and just tally it up with the current spreadsheets that we have.
And you have some.
And we're also going to join Juan Acra from Comener. He was the individual from Mexico City who was having a hard time connecting.
This is our step.
He had his group of team members right next to him. We want to give him a fair chance to just answer any questions because he actually didn't get to answer anything.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. To all our students, your ultimate success is the light guiding us through this storm. You carry the hopes and dreams of your families. We won't waver in our commitment to you. To our faculty and our staff, your dedication to our students has never been more apparent. Without you, our mission is merely a statement. To our doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers on the front lines of this fight, we thank you truly for your steadfast commitment and your selfless devotion to the entire Rio Grande Valley. To all vaqueros, now is the time to unite, to serve each other, to transform and rally to meet this moment together.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. During this unprecedented time, know that we at UT Health RGV will always be here to serve the entire Rio Grande Valley. To our students, our staff, and our faculty who are rallying together like never before to supply much-needed equipment, we thank you truly. To our doctors, nurses, and staff on the front lines, thank you for being our caregivers today and every day. We are all relying on you, and our loved ones' lives are in your hands. Thank you for your personal sacrifices and for bringing all your training, knowledge, and compassion to this moment, to save lives, to keep us safe, and to preserve our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There is a magic to this valley and to this university. We are champions in the arena, in the halls, and in our communities. The Valley's pride. The Valley's future. The Valley's University.
Brownsville has shown the world that we support one another. When our community needed it most, we provided COVID-19 testing at no cost. Head to btxcares.com to donate. Your contribution helps those in our community who cannot afford this test. No one has been turned away because of their immigration status or lack of insurance. And check out the BTX Cares shop, trendy tees, and other items that will directly support local museums, small businesses, and nonprofits in the Midi Cultural District.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
What can challenging times teach us about ourselves? Everything. Texans have proven to be resilient, hardworking, and caring for one another. At Texas Regional Bank, we're proud to share those same principles. And as we continue to reopen, let's remain focused on what's important and pick up where we left off. Remember, 2020 is far from over. Let's finish strong.
There's a lot to celebrate in the Rio Grande Valley. The rich history between our border, our proud roots as farmers and ranchers, not to mention our strong economic growth. We honor the hardworking people who make the Rio Grande Valley what it is today. It's a privilege to live and work here, and we know you feel the same way. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of the Rio Grande Valley. If Texas were a country, our economy would be one of the largest in the world. Our state has blessed us with many resources. Add to that dedicated, hardworking people, and you have some big possibilities. Success often starts with a one-on-one relationship with your banker, the way it should be. This is our state. Let's keep it moving. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of Texans.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. To all our students, your ultimate success is the light guiding us through this storm. You carry the hopes and dreams of your families. We won't waver in our commitment to you. To our faculty and our staff, your dedication to our students has never been more apparent. Without you, our mission is merely a statement. To our doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers on the front lines of this fight, we thank you truly for your steadfast commitment and your selfless devotion to the entire Rio Grande Valley. To all vaqueros, now is the time to unite, to serve each other, to transform and rally to meet this moment together.
This is a generation-defining moment. And like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. During this unprecedented time, know that we at UT Health RGV will always be here to serve the entire Rio Grande Valley. To our students, our staff, and our faculty who are rallying together like never before to supply much-needed equipment, we thank you truly. To our doctors, nurses, and staff on the front lines, thank you for being our caregivers today and every day. We are all relying on you, and our loved ones' lives are in your hands. Thank you for your personal sacrifices and for bringing all your training, knowledge, and compassion to this moment, to save lives, to keep us safe, and to preserve our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There is a magic to this valley and to this university. We are champions in the arena, in the halls, and in our communities. The Valley's pride. The Valley's future. the Valley University.
Brownsville has shown the world that we support one another. When our community needed it most, we provided COVID-19 testing at no cost. Head to btxcares.com to donate. Your contribution helps those in our community who cannot afford this test. No one has been turned away because of their immigration status or lack of insurance. And check out the BTX Cares shop, trendy tees, and other items that will directly support local museums, small businesses, and nonprofits in the Midi Cultural District.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov.
If Texas were a country, our economy would be one of the largest in the world. Our state has blessed us with many resources. Add to that dedicated, hardworking people, and you have some big possibilities. Success often starts with a one-on-one relationship with your banker, the way it should be. This is our state. Let's keep it moving. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of Texans.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. To all our students, your ultimate success is the light guiding us through this storm. You carry the hopes and dreams of your families. We won't waver in our commitment to you. To our faculty and our staff, your dedication to our students has never been more apparent. Without you, our mission is merely a statement. To our doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers on the front lines of this fight, we thank you truly for your steadfast commitment and your selfless devotion to the entire Rio Grande Valley. To all vaqueros, now is the time to unite, to serve each other, to transform and rally to meet this moment together.
This is a generation-defining moment. And like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. During this unprecedented time, know that we at UT Health RGV will always be here to serve the entire Rio Grande Valley. To our students, our staff, and our faculty who are rallying together like never before to supply much-needed equipment, we thank you truly. To our doctors, nurses, and staff on the front lines, thank you for being our caregivers today and every day. We are all relying on you, and our loved ones' lives are in your hands. Thank you for your personal sacrifices and for bringing all your training, knowledge, and compassion to this moment, to save lives, to keep us safe, and to preserve our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There is a magic to this valley and to this university. We are champions in the arena, in the halls, and in our communities. The Valley's pride. The Valley's future. The Valley University.
Brownsville has shown the world that we support one another. When our community needed it most, we provided COVID-19 testing at no cost. Head to btxcares.com to donate. Your contribution helps those in our community who cannot afford this test. No one has been turned away because of their immigration status or lack of insurance. And check out the BTX Cares shop, trendy tees, and other items that will directly support local museums, small businesses, and nonprofits in the Midi Cultural District.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
What can challenging times teach us about ourselves? Everything. Texans have proven to be resilient, hardworking, and caring for one another. At Texas Regional Bank, we're proud to share those same principles. And as we continue to reopen, let's remain focused on what's important and pick up where we left off. Remember, 2020 is far from over. Let's finish strong.
There's a lot to celebrate in the Rio Grande Valley. The rich history between our border, our proud roots as farmers and ranchers, not to mention our strong economic growth. We honor the hardworking people who make the Rio Grande Valley what it is today. It's a privilege to live and work here, and we know you feel the same way. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of the Rio Grande Valley. If Texas were a country, our economy would be one of the largest in the world. Our state has blessed us with many resources. Add to that dedicated, hardworking people, and you have some big possibilities. Success often starts with a one-on-one relationship with your banker, the way it should be. This is our state. Let's keep it moving. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of Texans.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. To all our students, your ultimate success is the light guiding us through this storm. You carry the hopes and dreams of your families. We won't waver in our commitment to you. To our faculty and our staff, your dedication to our students has never been more apparent. Without you, our mission is merely a statement. To our doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers on the front lines of this fight, we thank you truly for your steadfast commitment and your selfless devotion to the entire Rio Grande Valley. To all vaqueros, now is the time to unite, to serve each other, to transform and rally to meet this moment together.
This is a generation-defining moment. And like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. During this unprecedented time, know that we at UT Health RGV will always be here to serve the entire Rio Grande Valley. To our students, our staff, and our faculty who are rallying together like never before to supply much-needed equipment, we thank you truly. To our doctors, nurses, and staff on the front lines, thank you for being our caregivers today and every day. We are all relying on you, and our loved ones' lives are in your hands. Thank you for your personal sacrifices and for bringing all your training, knowledge, and compassion to this moment, to save lives, to keep us safe, and to preserve our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There is a magic to this valley and to this university. We are champions in the arena, in the halls, and in our communities. The Valley's pride. The Valley's future. The Valley's University.
Brownsville has shown the world that we support one another. When our community needed it most, we provided COVID-19 testing at no cost. Head to btxcares.com to donate. Your contribution helps those in our community who cannot afford this test. No one has been turned away because of their immigration status or lack of insurance. And check out the BTX Cares shop, trendy tees, and other items that will directly support local museums, small businesses, and nonprofits in the Midi Cultural District.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
What can challenging times teach us about ourselves? Everything. Texans have proven to be resilient, hardworking, and caring for one another. At Texas Regional Bank, we're proud to share those same principles. And as we continue to reopen, let's remain focused on what's important and pick up where we left off. Remember, 2020 is far from over. Let's finish strong.
There's a lot to celebrate in the Rio Grande Valley. The rich history between our border, our proud roots as farmers and ranchers, not to mention our strong economic growth. We honor the hardworking people who make the Rio Grande Valley what it is today. It's a privilege to live and work here, and we know you feel the same way. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of the Rio Grande Valley. If Texas were a country, our economy would be one of the largest in the world. Our state has blessed us with many resources. Add to that dedicated, hardworking people, and you have some big possibilities. Success often starts with a one-on-one relationship with your banker, the way it should be. This is our state. Let's keep it moving. Texas Regional Bank, proud supporter of Texans.
This is a generation-defining moment, and like every such moment, we will be defined not by the challenge itself, but by what we do now. To all our students, your ultimate success is the light guiding us through this storm. You carry the hopes and dreams of your families. We won't waver in our commitment to you. To our faculty and our staff, your dedication to our students has never been more apparent. Without you, our mission is merely a statement. To our doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers on the front lines of this fight, we thank you truly for your steadfast commitment and your selfless devotion to the entire Rio Grande Valley. To all vaqueros, now is the time.
Thank you guys for patiently waiting. We have had a very intense conversation with the judges. We were able to tally up the scores, and we are now ready to announce the finalists of the inaugural Startup Texas Final Pitch Summit 2020. Again, we're doing this live from the heart of downtown in the Brownsville Arts and Performance Gallery, as you can see behind me. And before we make an announcement of the finalist winners, we just want to give everybody a huge thanks for tuning in to our broadcast. Again, this is our inaugural event. We hope to do plenty more. We also want to give a special thank you to the City Commission, our mayor, as well as our board of directors, our chairman, vice chairman, treasurer, secretary, etc., and our staff who works diligently day in and day out by making meaningful connections with community stakeholders, with the business community, with investors outside of the area. We're here to build the most meaningful relationships so that Brownsville can continue to thrive and be a very successful community for everyone. We understand that these are very difficult times with the COVID-19 pandemic, and we hope that during this transmission, we're able to just help you forget momentarily of all the turmoil that's going on and focus a little bit on growth, the growth that we're going to be seeing from the next generation of entrepreneurs that are looking to turn these difficult and challenging times into one of the most meaningful opportunities out there for them. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and announce the winners of the Startup Texas finalists, and we'll go ahead and start with a drum roll. Our first winner, again, this is Cactus from Nuevo León, Monterrey. Our second winner is Smartest Energy. Congratulations, Smartest Energy. Our next winner is Genziano Designs. Congratulations once more. Our next winner is Lunar Station Corporation. We look very much forward into your activities here in Brownsville to expand on NewSpace. And our final winner of the Startup Texas Final Pitch Summit 2020 is Permittivity. Congratulations, guys. We also want to recognize our Community Choice winner, Pluton Brewing Company. Excellent work, guys. We look very much forward into your participation and investment into our community. Again, we thank everybody for taking the time to be present with us during this arduous first inaugural event for Startup Texas, brought to you by the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, your economic development group for Brownsville, Texas. Before we conclude, we want to be able to just have some closing remarks of our chairman, Mr. Michael J. Lemus.
Hello, with BCIC. Wow, that was an amazing event. All the 10 contestants had amazing ideas, amazing concepts. Unfortunately, not everybody got funded, but there's still tremendous opportunity for all those individuals in the months and years to come. Congratulations to the recipients. Phenomenal job, and we're looking forward to see what your business brings to our community and beyond. And again, on behalf of the board of directors, we want to say thank you for tuning in. It was an amazing event. I want to thank the BCIC staff and all the production crew that put this thing together in a very short period of time. Ultimately, we look forward to Pitch Summit 2021. We want to continue to support our entrepreneurship and our community as much as possible. So again, thank you. Please be safe. And we look forward to seeing you at the next one. Thanks so much.